Good morning, my friends. Good evening. Good afternoon. Happy Monday. Today is Monday, August 26th, 2024, and we are here for it. We are here for the final day, what we think will be the final day in the Robert Tellez, aka Tellez trial that is coming to you out of Las Vegas with me. We've been watching it together for a while now. Welcome to anybody who's joining from Recovery Addict. I know Recovery Addict is at the Corey Richins hearing today in Park City, Utah. And I do believe he was going to live stream that hearing, except the court has said no cameras. So the Corey Richins hearing will not be live streamed today. So welcome to everyone who's coming over. And to those of you who thought you were going to be watching Corey Richins today, but you won't be. Maybe it'll be on a delay. I don't know, but that's what I'm hearing. That is what I am hearing. We have a lot of things to talk about today. And I may have a special lunchtime stream for you because thanks to Melinda, who sent this to me, looks like a lawsuit was filed today, a civil lawsuit by Paul O'Keefe against not only Karen Reed, but C.F. McCarthy's and the Waterfall. And I want to go over that with you because, as you know, that's my wheelhouse. I'm a civil litigator. That's what I do. And as a side note, so many of you have been asking how to help the Karen Reed defense team and what you can do to help, to contribute. And today happens to be Karen Reed's dad's 76th birthday. So happy birthday to Bill Reed. When I went to court, I had the honor and pleasure of meeting him and his wife, Janet. And they are, quite honestly, two of the kindest people that I have ever had the pleasure of meeting. They were so kind. They were so sweet. They were so genuine. And I thought it might be nice. Kelly Reed is doing a little something today to celebrate Karen's dad's birthday, Bill, who is Kelly Reed's cousin. And we thought it might be nice. She thought it might be nice if anybody who wanted to contribute would contribute. It's his 76th birthday, $7.60 would be so nice. They've already raised, and this is the money that is still in the fund that is not yet been spent. This fundraiser is being sponsored by the defense firm. They've already raised $475,000, which seems like a lot. But now that we know this appeal has to go forward, appeals are really, really expensive. Trust me, I know. From running a civil litigation law firm, we had to do a lot of appeals. They're very, very, very expensive. And $475,000 is going to go by pretty quickly. So let me put the link. I'm going to put the link in the chat. I'm going to pin it to the chat for anyone who would like to contribute. Obviously, it's not expected, but it would be so nice if you would throw him a cupcake for his birthday. Put a little cupcake in there. And so many of you have been asking for this link, so I'm going to put it in here. Oops. So happy birthday to Bill Reed. Happy birthday, Mr. Reed, if you're watching. Why is it that I can't really talk and type at the same time? One of these days, I am such a good multitasker. And sometimes it's hard to talk to you and to type at the same time. Right now, I got to actually pin this. You can donate anonymously if you would like. I'm sure that this defense will take any amount of donations from anyone who wants to be kind enough to donate. So, happy birthday, Bill Reed. So nice, so kind. Another thing I wanted to share with you is that yesterday I got a notification on my phone. I'm going to show it to you. And for those of you who know, maybe some of you who have taken the opportunity to take advantage of the free 2-week trial with my sponsor, some of you might have received this notification as well. Here it is. This is from Aura. Aura found my social security number on the dark web in a data breach from National Public Data. And we've been going over this a lot. We've been going over multiple data breaches between AT&T and now this National Public Data breach has released the social security number of every single American. So I cannot emphasize this enough. Luckily, I was able to find out about it right away because Aura notified me. For those of you who don't know about Aura, Aura has been my sponsor for a while. They've been my sponsor since before even this data breach, since before the AT&T data breach. And I thought it was a good fit because there's nothing that I care about more than you guys being safe online. It is so important. So let's take a listen while we're here, and we have a couple of minutes before court starts to listen to this message from our sponsor as read to you by me. And then we're going to get to court. We're going to hear closing arguments. We're going to take it from there. Today's video is sponsored by Aura. And it's a really important time to be talking about them because hackers may have stolen the social security numbers of every American. Over 2.9 billion records were stolen from National Public Data, which offers personal information to employers, private investigators, staffing agencies, and others doing background checks. These stolen records include a person's full name, address, date of birth, social security number, and phone number, along with alternate names and birth date. And members of this hacker group have reportedly released this information on the dark web for free. I don't know if you've ever had your identity stolen, but I've had clients who've had their identity stolen. And not only is it a major hassle, but oftentimes before you find out, it's too late. The damage can take years to undo, and it's a hassle that you definitely do not want to deal with. So if you haven't been taking precautions before with your personal information online, this should be a huge wake-up call. You've never been more vulnerable online than you are right now. But I'm not too worried about it because I use Aura. Aura alerts me if they find my phone number, my email, my social security number, or any other personal information on the dark web. They're going to let me know fast if anyone tries to use this information to access my credit or bank accounts. They give me up to $5 million in identity theft insurance should the worst case scenario happen. They also provide a bunch of other features to keep you safe online, all inside one app. And you can go to my link at www.aura.com/Melanie Little to try it for free for 14 days. That'll be enough time for Aura to find out if any of your personal information or data has been exposed. I highly recommend you do this right now because not only is National Public Data not going to do anything to help you, they probably aren't even going to face any repercussions for this breach. I'm not leaving myself and my family vulnerable to data breaches. And if you don't want to either, you want to go to my link, www.aura.com/Melanie Little, to try 2 weeks for free. You can thank me later. You can thank me later because I just found out and I was able to do something about it. And if your identity does get stolen or your credit does get trashed, you know how, or if it's ever happened to you before, you know how long it can take to straighten that out, if ever. So good luck buying a car. Good luck getting a mortgage. Good luck getting student loans for your kids because it's a nightmare. So moving on, we are looking, court still has not started yet. How is everybody doing? Be interesting to see if she charges the jury first a little bit and then they do their closings, or if they do their closings and then she charges the jury because each jurisdiction is different. What do you do after they discover your social on the dark web? That's what Aura is for. It will notify you, and then it will tell you exactly what to do. And also, if your identity is stolen, they will help you. And you can call somebody and get them on the phone 24/7, and they'll handle it for you, and that's the benefit. I mean, the app starts at something like $12 a month after the free trial, and it is 100% worth it. It would cost you more to get just a VPN, and a VPN is included, which is military grade encryption. So if you travel a lot and you're in the airport or whatever, you'll always have a VPN with you, so nobody can steal your information. Judy had her identity stolen 4 years ago and found out within 12 hours, but they still did damage. Oh my gosh, really? That's insane. Yep, V, there's a lot of social security numbers on the dark web. Yeah, they were holding them hostage. I think they were trying to sell them to the highest bidder on the dark web, and the ransom was like $3.5 million. Let's see, you already had a great question, somebody said, so let me go back. How is this not at the top of every freaking newscast? Why complete silence from the feds? You talking about this? The data breach? It's been out there. I covered it a while ago, but all you have to do is search like national public data. They're not even going to get in trouble. Like, this is happening every single day. You got to protect yourself online, you guys, because this is crazy. By the time you find out, it's too late. Somebody was telling us a story the other day of how their parents had their title to their home stolen or something. Our parents' generation is a little bit, almost a little bit more vulnerable because they don't really understand internet safety the way maybe our kids do. I don't know. It used to be they'd have to call you on the phone and say, "Oh, hi, your grandson is in Africa and needs you to wire him money to this number because he's in trouble." Mountain Mama. Maybe someone will steal my identity and fix my credit. Well, we can only hope, right? I mean, yeah, that's another side of it. That's funny. Keep me laughing, you guys. Just keep me laughing because you guys have a way of doing that. Magnolia Gypsy. My dad used mine when I was a minor. It took years to recover. Oh my God, that's insane. That's right, Margaret. I hate those calls of people crying and claiming to be one of my children in distress and needing money. Yep. The law and crime chat's going crazy. What time does it start? What time does it start? It's starting not now. It's supposed to be 9:30 Pacific. It's supposed to start. We'll see what they go to first. Okay, my defense, that was not me. I did not kick myself out. StreamYard must be having issues today. I am hooked into the Ethernet. Is it a StreamYard issue? Quite possibly could be. Quite possibly. But, people say that it's not a stream unless I kick myself out, and literally I did not even do it. It just kicked me out. Just kicked me out. Lamar says, amazing that Telus didn't claim his phone and identity were stolen as part of the conspiracy. Yeah. Somebody had another great idea the other day about how Telus' DNA could have gotten under Gurman's fingernails. And they said, what if he really was going through his garbage? That could have been a defense because remember, Telus was tweeting about Gehrman going through his garbage. And we didn't know if he's being sarcastic or if it was true. Did he ever catch Gehrman going through his garbage? But would have been an interesting theory, right? Hi, David. Military grade encryption may sound impressive. It's not. The Navy had to shut down its VPN because it was hacked. Okay. I don't know anything about that, but better to have a VPN than no VPN, I would suggest to you. Thanks, Shantae's Inferno, member for 3 months. Happy birthday. Happy 76th to Mr. Reed. Thank you, Shantae's Inferno. And to Sandra. Super love your commentary. Thank you so much. Yes, Scooter, you're correct. I have some of it. I'm going to go over it later. I was wondering if there had ever been a wrongful death lawsuit for a car accident. But here's the thing. Good luck. All I can say is good luck with that because they can't prove there was a car accident. Thank you for calling me your favorite lawyer, Moon Goddess. I appreciate you. Oh, I see the one of our favorite court officers on camera. Let's see where we're going. There's no sound up yet. Maybe we'll get the split screen again today. Wasn't that such a treat to have a split screen? Law and crime is really stepping up. Wonder if we could write law and crime and ask for whoever the camera operator is to be on every trial because this camera operator is fantastic. And I'm not even sure if the pool camera here is law and crime or court TV. Whoever it is doing a fantastic, fantastic job. And we have been spoiled. Oh, here's a great idea. Wait a second. Here's a great comment. Where is it? Yes. Thank you, DK, for pointing this out. Did anybody see Dr. John's from Hidden True Crimes Analysis on Rob Tella's Saturday stream? Very interesting. Yes, I was in the chat for that. I thought it was great. I spoke to Lauren after that stream from Hidden True Crime and asked if she would like to come on the show and tell us about Telus and what she thought about Telus from being in the courtroom with Telus. And she would love to come on the show, but she's traveling. So she said that I could share her thoughts with you. And then when she comes back, we are going to have her on and talk about it. We may even do a stream with Ali Mata. So the three of us, I thought that would be a pretty cool power chick stream. And here's what she said to share with you, her observations of the jurors, because that's what I really wanted to know. She said, you're welcome to share some of my observations of the jurors and say that I told you. And here's what she said. They were emotionless, straight-faced, and hard to read. They listened to him, meaning Telus, took notes, but were expressionless. So I thought that was really interesting. We saw her in the courtroom, or we saw her a couple of times in the courtroom, but the one day that we were pointing out her lovely blouse, the floral blouse, I said, please just tell me who makes that. And of course, it's Lily Pulitzer. And I thought so. I know my Lily. I'm from Long Island. I know my Lily. There's a lot of preppies here, a lot of country club people, and a lot of Lily, and I loved it. You are correct, Kim. That's where she is. I didn't want to dox her, but she's there because I didn't know she said it publicly. BJ, MSL, Lauren, and John, it was great and informative as always. Would love to see you two together. Thank you. I love that too. I love women supporting other women, and I love creators supporting other creators. And I think it's so fun when we do stuff together because so many of you are also fans of them. And then it's fun to have us on the same show together, isn't it? It's always good to do the crossover stuff. The barbed one, yeah, was like to get the Dr. John notification on Saturday. I saw it with Dr. Right. It was fascinating. And it was so interesting. Here's one of my biggest takeaways from it. And I suggest that you go watch it later, not now. One of my biggest takeaways was when Dr. John said, and we had been hypothesizing, like, why is everybody calling him Telus? And then he says Teus, and then they switch it to Teus, and then he says Teus, and sometimes he said Teles. And Dr. John's opinion on that was he's trying to, and I'm not going to get this exactly right, so go watch him for the what he actually said. But my takeaway from that was that he is separating himself from Telus. Like, maybe Telus could do something like this, but Teus would never do something like this. You see the difference? So it was fascinating. And when he used Teus, it was kind of like he was distancing himself and disassociating. And it was really interesting. Also, yeah, the jury gray rocked his testimony. That's good. Those of you who know the gray rock method know what that is. And so you get it. Here's the co-counsel. I think this is co-counsel. I don't know his name. Draskovich's co-counsel here in the yellow tie. And let's see who's in the courtroom today. I see Matt from Court TV. And I don't know who any of these other people are. I have not seen Tellis's wife in the courtroom. Has anybody seen her? I have not. Thank you, Kim Robinson, for some more details on another crash. Yeah, the CrowdStrike crash on July 19th, that affected a lot of airlines too. Wasn't everybody grounded? So yeah, this is happening on the regular, so you got to protect yourself. Thanks. Thanks, Kim. Law and crime camera crew in the trial, they're doing a great job, Danielle. They are doing a great job. I want to know if she still speaks to him. He called her ex-wife on the stand. I don't know what you're referring to, Greta. That's not in this trial. Tell us his ex-wife was not called to the stand in this trial. Lamar says, tell us his wife was at the hearings when he was representing himself. Haven't spotted her in the actual trial. He referred to her as his ex-wife either Thursday or Friday, I believe, but he does also have an ex-wife. So he had a wife. This is his second marriage. Because remember, he testified that he had, I think, a daughter from his previous marriage, a stepson with his current wife, and a daughter with his current wife. CBC said she's probably at divorce court. Everyone except, you'll notice, you guys, if you're new here, we have at least 5 conversations at all times going on in the chat, which is what keeps it interesting. Everyone except Southwest, who operates on Windows Vista, or that's interesting. So Southwest was the only one who wasn't grounded the day of that CrowdStrike hack. Yes, I'm aware of the civil lawsuit. Please don't go off topic because I'm going to cover that later. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That is my wheelhouse, is civil litigation and lawsuits exactly like that, which is why I've been screaming into a void since I started covering the Karen Reed case that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. He just wasn't. He was not hit by a car. So good luck with that civil lawsuit, because you're not going to be able to prove a car accident. And you know what else is so interesting is that the juror that came out and spoke to Aidan Carney and gave an interview to him said that he or she had no idea about the FBI, that they thought the ARCA reconstructionists were hired by an insurance company with regard to a car accident case. They were not aware that they were hired by the FBI. It was confusing. This juror said. I don't know about the other jurors. So that is interesting. Oh, Olyinka, look it up. Look it up on Instagram. You will learn everything you need to know about narcissistic personality disorder and how to extricate yourself from a narcissist. I don't know if she filed for divorce. I have no idea. Who's that in gray jumper? Looks like a boss baby brother. And you're saying jumper, so I think you're British because we call it a sweater, right? Or are you talking about the guy in the blazer? I don't know. I don't know, Diane. Thanks, Mike. Everyone smush the like button and subscribe. Aw, thank you. Appreciate you. V. Oakley's like, never let your YouTube premium lapse. You'll get an ad and it will freak you out. We're waiting. They haven't started yet. Yeah, there's a lower burden of proof for civil cases. It's it's a preponderance of the evidence. So literally it's like, if these are the scales of justice, you just have to tip it slightly in one direction. But you still have to prove a car accident. And the injuries don't support it. They just don't. Doesn't Paul owe Karen bail money still? Yeah. Listen, insurance companies are not your friend. If anybody who's ever been involved in any sort of lawsuit, civil lawsuit, knows that insurance companies do not like to pay, and they will do everything they can not to pay. And so I'm not real sure that a carrier is going to roll over and pay out this claim. But we'll take a look at it later once I can get a full copy of it. So Melinda, sent me the first 3 pages. Linda, so I need to get the rest of it so that we can discuss. Oh, it's a blazer. A jumper is a blazer? So I follow this woman on, not TikTok, because I'm not really on, I mean, I'm on TikTok, but I don't really use it. YouTube. Her name is Trini Woodall. Do you know who she is? And she does a lot of like wardrobe stuff, and she also has a makeup line, but she's always talking about jumpers that are in her closet, and she'll put on a jumper, but to me it looks like a sweater. So I like Trini a lot. And this says, nope. John wasn't hit by a car. There's no way. Jedi Jen, his thing is, how would the jury know about the FBI? Because Ryan Nagel said feds in his testimony, remember? So I thought maybe they would have heard it. Maybe they would have caught on. So I don't know. Judge Cannoni would not let in any reference to the FBI. That was part of one of the motions in Lemonade that we heard about and went over in the pretrial stuff of Karen Reed. Well, thank you. Thank you, Ann Higgins, so very much. Michael Horwath is Robert Draskovich's partner and co-counsel. Excellent. I saw a cool piece on the news the other day that I'll play for you when we have a break. The local news, because you know I like to go to local news for my info. Michael, do you think that now that the jury has had a chance to review the information they weren't allowed to hear, they're going through a little jury remorse? I mean, it may be encouraging more of them to come forward and speak out. What's interesting about we've heard from, I think, altogether 5 jurors, right, in the Karen Reed case, who have all confirmed that they did acquit on counts 1 and 3, but they were never asked about it. And we have not heard from any juror who came forward to say that's not true, right? So I don't know. I mean, what were they supposed to do, right? I think that not really so much juror remorse, but just anger that they acquitted and that nobody asked them if they acquitted. So I would think that they're angry. Shantae's Inferno. I kept thinking, imagine being a juror from the Karen Reed trial, coming out and seeing the last 2 were FBI and all the rest of the shenanigans going on. No wonder they want to remain anonymous. I know. It's crazy, right? My cat's name is Karen. Said I heard the victim's brother was sitting there while Tellis could see him during his testimony. Good, I'm glad. Do we know what he looks like? Thanks, David, for chiming in again with another 10. My mom and I were in an accident with an uninsured driver. We were told by her insurance company to file a suit and they would cover medical expenses. They ended up fighting it. But if she was uninsured, how did her insurance company even step in? You talking about your mom's insurance company? I'm confused. Thank you, David. I don't know where you're located, but in New York, our auto policies contain something called uninsured, underinsured motorist coverage. And so if you are involved in an accident or if you're hit by a car as a pedestrian by someone who's uninsured, you can you can look to your own policy to collect for that. And you can go to arbitration. So there are ways around that by protecting yourself enough with your own insurance policy, your own auto insurance policy. So you should make sure that your limits, right, Charles Smith, uninsured motorist claim, the bodily injury limits of your uninsured, underinsured coverage, which they also call sum coverage, SUM. If you have $1 million in liability, you should also have $1 million in sum coverage because you should protect yourself just as much as you're protecting other people. That is my free, not legal advice of the day because I don't give out legal advice on this channel. But if I was going to, that's what I would tell you to do. Oh, thanks to Pink Swan for giving 5 memberships and to all of you who received them. Congratulations and welcome. Welcome, my cupcakes. It's called No Fault. Well, No Fault is different. No Fault insurance in New York covers medical expenses up to $50,000 or depending on the limits of your policy and lost wages and things like that. So in New York, the no fault insurance is through your own company. So whichever car you're a passenger in covers your no fault, which is medical expenses. But every state is different. Every state has different rules with regard to injuries and how serious your injuries have to be in order to sue. So in New York, we have a no fault law, which means you can't sue another driver unless you reach a certain level of injury. There's 9 categories of serious injury in New York. Bumps and bruises and sprains and strains don't reach that level. So I don't want to misspeak on Massachusetts insurance because, as you know, I'm a New York admitted lawyer. Interesting, Danielle. There was actually a juror in the Young Jerks chat on Friday night. They said things weren't as black and white to them. They were confused about the verdict form. Do you know if it was really a juror? There are so many trolls out there that just pretend to be anybody. Like even that hoodie guy. Like, do we even know that that hoodie guy was like really telling the truth that his sister was really on the jury? I don't know. Hi, Boston JD. Miss you too. Been quite unwell. I'm so sorry to hear about your heart problems. Prayers up for Boston JD. And I hope that you get well real soon. Sending you all of the healing vibes. David, it was my mother's insurance. So I don't know what state you live in. If you're in Massachusetts, I don't know if that would go to arbitration. And I don't know. I can't speak intelligently enough on it, but thanks for chiming in. And Pilgrim Shadows thanking me for the advice. That's if you live in New York. If you have a New York policy, make sure your sum limits equal your bodily injury limits because there's nothing worse than finding out the other driver is uninsured and you only have $25,000 in coverage for yourself, but you have $1 million in coverage for other people. And there you go. Yeah, I don't know. YouTube may be glitching today. If you can't hear me, just refresh your browser. That seems to fix all problems. Right. Thank you, Alsol. That's great, friendly, non-legal advice on coverage checks. Goes for everything. Always treat yourself as well as you would others. Goes double dealing with narcissists. Yeah, I know that there are a lot of either former or current BI adjusters in the chat a lot of the time who work for insurance companies and used to be or are BI adjusters. And I would love to know your thoughts on whether you'd pay out a claim on this case, on the Karen Reed case, that is. So that's interesting. You couldn't get into the chat. That's weird. I didn't know. Yes, Liz, I'm aware. Thank you, thank you, thank you about the Karen Reed lawsuit. Donna says if your car is paid for in New Hampshire, you don't need insurance. I know that is one of the few states. New Hampshire is one of the few states that do not require auto insurance. Can you imagine? That's crazy. So yeah, don't go driving around in New Hampshire. You're taking your life into your own hands. Floweski in the UK, jumper is typically for a woolen pullover or sweater. That's what I thought. That's what Trini Woodall says. You got to go out and back in. I don't know. Does anybody know if YouTube is having issues today? Oh, hi, Sherry. Good morning from Texas. Says Melanie has some really intelligent people in her chat. I'm always impressed with their knowledge. Thanks, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for complimenting my chatters because, yes, they are very, very intelligent. They have a lot to say. They're very compassionate towards each other. Ashley, we did a poll on this the other day. How long do you think it will take to come back with a verdict? I think it was 50% said under 2 hours, 48% said between 2 and 4 hours, and then we only had like 2% saying more than 4 hours. So that is what the poll said on this channel. Trini Woodall used to have a popular fashion TV show in the UK. She's very funny. Jumper's also a sweater. Thanks, Tumbleweed. New Hampshire's in favor of natural selection. Live free or die, baby. Live free or die. That is the motto of New Hampshire. And when you're driving into New Hampshire, that's what the sign says, live free or die. So very funny, Robbie Ropes. Keep me laughing today, will ya? A lot of commercials. I don't know. YouTube, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they're doing, but I pay for premium, so I never see any commercials at all. So I do not know. Yeah, they're running late today. ASPR says it's going to be a quick verdict. Defendant's not even in the courtroom yet. John says, tell us, will bring it home today. It's a vast worldwide conspiracy. I'm guessing that Draskovich is going to be doing the closing because he's looking at some notes there. Maybe he's reviewing it. Maybe he's going over his closing in his head right now. I don't know. Kind of thought that Boss Baby would want to take control and really get up there and tell his story some more, narrate a little bit more in his closing argument, because there were a lot of things during his testimony that he kept saying, I'll get back to that later, or I'll go over that more later. And we're like, oh, no more, please. He's a professional hitman, according to Telly's. They should be doing closing arguments today. That's what we're waiting for. Both sides have rested. The judge, our favorite judge, Michelle Leavitt, asked the jury to be back at 9:30 this morning. They're on Pacific time. And Judge Michelle Leavitt, if you're new and have not been following this trial, is a mashup of Cyndi Lauper, 90s Madonna and Betsey Johnson, with the voice of Megan Mullally's character, Karen Walker from Will and Grace. How's that? She's awesome. And she has not interrupted this trial hardly at all. We've hardly even gotten to have the pleasure of listening to her at all, because she has let the trial proceed. And she's not interrupting everybody every 5 minutes or asking the witnesses, can you answer that? Do you want to object, Mr. Lally? If you know, you know. Seize the day. Not an insurance adjuster, but in what world would they pay for an accident that never happened? That's great. Oh, JoJo, New Hampshire, no motorcycle helmet, under 13 years old, no seatbelt. I mean, over 13? Open carry, live free or die. Yeah, the no motorcycle helmet thing freaks me out. It freaks me out because, listen, if you are in a car accident with a motorcyclist, it's almost always like going to be your fault, right? And then if there's no helmet law and the person dies, like that's on you. And that I don't like that. Kai Beal, yes, there is the death penalty is alive and well. Excuse the pun, in Nevada, but it has been taken off the table for this defendant. I'm not sure why. P. Oakley realized I needed to update YouTube when it would not let me click the like button. Oh, is there an update available? Who knows? We don't know. Lamar Draskovich showed an amazing professionalism the entire time while his client was acting as a star witness for the prosecution. Yeah, agreed. He was testifying in narrative fashion, which you rarely, if ever, see. Right? There's some that are funny, but I'm not going to put them up. DP is off the table. How could anyone believe this guy is 23 crayons short of a box? YouTube making money. Yeah. Got to talk about what we're going to cover next, my friends. Corey Richins is coming up. Donna Adelson is coming up. And Carly Gregg is coming up. And if you don't know about Carly Gregg, I am fascinated by that case. I want to do a show on it soon to catch you guys up on it. It's a 14-year-old girl from Mississippi who shot and killed her mother and then called a friend and invited the friend over to see the body, and then laid in wait for her stepfather and shot him a couple of times, and he lived. She's being tried as an adult in Mississippi. She looks like she's about 9 years old, And does anybody know about the Carly Gregg case? Because it's chilling. Sarah Boone, but that trial's not coming up for a little while, right? Yeah, if you haven't heard about Carly Gregg, I'm gonna do that one soon. I have everything ready to go just to do like an initial sort of dip our toe in the water of Carly Gregg, but it is it's chilling. Heather's like, "What? Why did she kill them? Did they hurt her?" That's what I'm wondering. Like, can a 13-year-old be just inherently evil, or did something happen? I don't know. And her mom, Carly Gregg's mom, was a math teacher at her high school. And Carly Gregg is really smart. She skipped 4th grade. She got like a 30 on her ACTs. Like it's crazy. And that's what I'm wondering. Like, did something happen to her? Is she inherently evil? Yes. And Dr. Barry and I are planning to do a show on that. And I'm sorry I didn't email you back, but I was waiting. Let's wait till this trial's over and then we'll dive into that one because I'm anxious to hear your thoughts on that. Um, because it's crazy to me. The other Jules is wondering that also. Shantae, no MO so far, no idea why and they're also trying to say that maybe, it has to do with her change in medication. She had been on, like, a low dose of Lexapro, and they had changed her medication, like, in the weeks leading up to this, and so, I just don't know. That's what the I'm riveted by it. Yeah, take a look at that. There's not a lot out there on it. Vinny did a show on it recently. A lot of viewers have written to me about it. That's what got my, that's what directed me towards it. Vinny did a show on it recently that was good. It was like last week, I think. There are a few hearings online, not a lot. So I have reached out to one creator who broadcast the original preliminary hearing, waiting for consent to broadcast it because I don't like to rebroadcast other people's content without explicit permission. Donna Adelson is weeks away and should be fire. Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna have plea negotiations on Carly Gregg. I don't know. I mean, if there's an insanity plea, maybe she belongs in a mental hospital. Like, does she belong in jail? Like that, and she's being tried as an adult. Like, there's so many things in Mississippi that are going on that just make me curious. Sarah Moon doesn't start for 6 weeks. Where's Dallas? Where's Dallas? I don't know. Hopefully, he's gonna be showing up soon. Sarah Boone was playing hide and seek, she says, with her boyfriend, Bianca, and she says he zipped himself into a suitcase and then she fell asleep and then she woke up and he was dead in the suitcase. It's a wacky case out of Florida. And when the police got a hold of her phone, they found her videotaping him on her phone in the suitcase yelling, "Sarah, Sarah, please let me out, Sarah." And she's yelling back at him, "You cheated on me, you MFer, you M." It's crazy. And she's representing herself because she's fired like 9 lawyers and the judge is like, "You're not getting another lawyer." So it's gonna be crazy. Auntie Ree's having the lips put in his little moccasins. I wonder if, like he said, right? He can't put lifts into name brand shoes. So if that's him in the surveillance video in the costume wearing the name brand Nikes, if he couldn't put lifts in them and that's what made him walk a little differently because he's so used to walking with the lifts in, hmm, maybe. Yes, I'm aware of the wrongful death lawsuit. Thank you so very much. I'm going to cover that in a little while. Thank you. Lindsay Clancy. Lindsay Clancy. Yeah. I'm thinking of, okay, so there's a Lindsay Shiver. Yeah, that's going to be a while, this Lindsay Clancy case. Lindsay Shiver And then there's the Shanna Gardner case, which is also interesting. Shanna Gardner was a murder for hire, and so is Lindsay Shiver, actually. And now Lindsay Shiver's, I guess, soon to be ex-husband is dating somebody famous, and I can't remember who at the moment. And it's kind of weird, like a reality star. Crash Course 3806 says, I think he was walking weird because he didn't want to lose his shoe. That's interesting. Chris Strubing says they say he has a distinctive gait with or without the lifts. Mm-hmm. Coffee nuts. Like, I wonder how many pen pals Boss Baby has. I don't know. There's actually a name for that, and I forget what it's called, but it's like women who become pen pals with men who are incarcerated. There's a name for it. If anybody knows what that name is, let me know. And then there's a lot of men that like meet women in prison that write to them from the outside and then marry them. Didn't like one of them, maybe even both of the Menendez brothers got married while they're in prison from people who like reached out to them and wrote them letters, I think. No, he's incarcerated. He's been incarcerated since the date of his arrest, which was in September of 2022, so almost 2 years. That's who he's dating, Savannah Chrisley. I don't know who she is because I don't know what show that is. I've never watched that show. But that's who is his name Robert Shiver? A lot of Roberts, a lot of Bryans in all the cases that we cover. Yep. Savannah Chrisley, I thought they broke up. Lady Libra. Oh, yeah, maybe. Maybe they did. I don't know. Gibbons Laura Clancy 100% killed her kids. Devastating for our community. So sad. Kathy says the daughter from Chrisley knows best reality show. Okay. The grease pencil gang. Oh my goodness. Bernadette says, I don't think Sarah B had any clue that these actions would result in death. How many people know about positional asphyxia? We haven't seen all the evidence yet. Yep, you're right. We haven't seen all the evidence yet. We'll keep an open mind on that one too. I just think that that video of her was so chilling, of her like taunting him while he's in that suitcase and he's begging to be let out. Kaylor Smith. Kaylor, you weren't on Love Island, were you? Because there was a Kaylor on Love Island, and I am sucked into that show, by the way. And that was the first time I had ever heard the name Kaylor, but I think she spells it O-R, but I love that name. Says, I work at a TV station. Our anchors get mail all the time because it's one of the few things they put on TV. Creepy AF. Oh, jail mail. They get jail mail all the time. Oh my God, that's crazy. Is that what it's called? Hybristophilia. All right, I'm gonna have to Google that when I have a moment. Hybristophilia. Fairy Raven coming in with the info. Yep. Yep. Mandy Stone. No wonder Paul O'Keefe needs Karen Reed to be guilty because that would help his lawsuit. What a damn hypocrite. It's not about justice for his brother, but rather greed. Oh, thank you, Iceman. This is the technical term, hybristophilia. Interesting. That's what I thought, Sarah. When I saw his gait, I thought maybe he had a leg shortening. And that's why, well, no, but he said he had the lifts because of vanity. That's what he said, that he's only 5'6.5", and he wanted lifts, for vanity purposes is what he said. Because if he had a leg shortening, you can bet that he would have tried to gain some sympathy for that, because he's tried to gain some sympathy for everything else. Like, his, has he mentioned during the trial, or was that only in that jail interview about his ADHD and being a fat kid and his insecurities and all of the issues that he had that caused him to have other issues. Yeah. Big words on a Monday. How about vituperative? Has anybody tried to work vituperative into the sound is not up yet, into their daily conversations? Vituperative, meaning bitter and abusive. It was an emotion that we read recently, and we love that word. Those pitchers actually have water in them. They are not coffee pitchers. So it's not coffee, it's water. Dr. Berry says he continued to have insecurities and lack of insight into his behavior and the emotions of others, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. Agreed. You know better than I, but I think you're right. People are meandering into the courtroom. No, 6'5", he had a typo in his verbal response. He said 6'5", but what he meant was 5'6" and a half. Don't forget the half, because that was a jury question. How tall are you without lifts? That was a jury question. I'm surprised the prosecution didn't ask him that. Oh, I'm glad we're bringing you joy, Melissa. Thank you. Wendy, darling. Wendy, darling, gifted a membership. Thank you, Wendy, darling. Always so kind and generous to this channel. Don't worry, you guys. You haven't missed a thing. Okay, here comes the judge, I guess. Sound still isn't up. Let's go. Going to Vegas, babies. Here we are.
We approach you, Honor? Sure. Thank you.
Just when you thought it was getting started, it's not. Catherine Frazier says he seems to have a personality disorder. Or multiple. Dr. John even thought maybe he's got multiple personality disorder. Or I don't know if he thought that, but he did say sometimes people with multiple personality disorder will, separate their different personalities, like Tellez and Tellez.
All right, rendering verdict, jurors.
Boss baby looking chipper today and hopeful. Welcome, Scooter 54. And thank you, Dallas born and bred. Happy birthday to Bill O'Keefe. Justice for Gehrman and family. No, it's Bill Reed, actually. It's Bill Reed's birthday, not Bill O'Keefe.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
And
Thank
the
you,
defense?
Yes,
Joanne.
Your Honor.
Okay, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to instruct you on the law. Officer Hawks is handing out the jury instructions. Each of you will have a copy of the instructions. You'll be able to take them with you when you go back to deliberate upon your verdict.
Compare and contrast this with Judge Cannoni, who said, I'm going to teach you the law in every jurisdiction that I know of, including New York. The judge instructs on the law. She doesn't teach the law. This judge knows the difference. Thank you, Joanne, for gifting 5 memberships.
It
Appreciate
is
it.
now my duty as judge to instruct you in the law that applies to this case. It is your duty as jurors to follow these instructions and to apply the rules of law to the facts as you find them from the evidence. You must not be concerned with the wisdom of any rule of law stated in these instructions. Regardless of any opinion you may have as to what the law ought to be, it would be a violation of your oath to base a verdict upon any other view of the law than that given in the instructions of the court. Instruction number 2, if in these instructions any rule, direction, idea is repeated or stated in different ways, no emphasis thereon is intended by me, and none may be inferred by you. For that reason, you are not to single out any certain sentence or any individual point or instruction and ignore the others, but you are to consider all the instructions as a whole and regard each in the light of all the others. The order in which the instructions are given has no significance as to their relative importance. Number 3, an indictment is but a formal method of accusing a person of a crime and is not of itself any evidence of his guilt. In this case, it is charged an indictment that on or about the 2nd day of September 2022 within the county of Clark, state of Nevada, Contrary to the form, force, and effect of statutes in such cases made and provided, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Nevada, the defendant committed the crime of murder with use of a deadly weapon. Victim 60 years of age or older as follows. Did willfully, unlawfully, with malice aforethought, kill Jeffrey Gehrman, who was 60 years of age or older, with use of a deadly weapon, to wit, a knife, by stabbing the said Jeffrey Gehrman multiple times about the body, the said killing having been 1, willful, deliberate, and premeditated, and or 2, perpetrated by lying in wait for the said Jeffrey Gehrman, and or 3, perpetrated by abuse of an older person. It is the duty of the jury to apply the rules of law contained in these instructions to the facts of the case and determine whether or not the defendant is guilty of the offense charged. Number 4, murder is the unlawful killing of a human being with malice aforethought, either express or implied. The unlawful killing may be effected by any of the various means by which death may be occasioned. Number 5, malice aforethought means the intentional doing of a wrongful act without legal cause or excuse, or what the law considers adequate provocation. The condition of mind described as malice aforethought may arise from anger, hatred, revenge, or from particular ill will, spite, or grudge toward the person killed. It may also arise from an unjustifiable or unlawful motive or purpose to injure another, proceeding from a heart fatally bent on mischief, or with reckless disregard of consequences and social duty. Malice aforethought does not imply deliberation or the lapse of any considerable time between the malicious intention to injure another and the actual execution of the intent, but denotes an unlawful purpose and design as opposed to accident and mischance. Number 6, express malice is that deliberate intention unlawfully to take away the life of a human being which is manifested by external circumstances capable of proof. Malice may be implied when no considerable provocation appears, or when all of the circumstances of the killing show an abandoned and malignant heart. Number 7, the indictment alleges alternative theories of murder of the first degree, as allowed by law. In addition to willful, deliberate, premeditated murder, the indictment alleges the defendant committed the murder by means of lying in wait and or by abuse of an older person. Number 8, one theory of murder of the first degree is murder which is perpetrated by means of any kind of willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing. All 3 elements, willfulness, deliberation, and premeditation, must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt before an accused can be convicted of first-degree murder under the theory of liability. Number 9, willfulness is the intention to kill. There need be no appreciable space of time between formation of the intent to kill and the act of killing. Number 10, deliberation is the process of determining upon a course of action to kill as a result of thought, including weighing the reasons for and against the action, considering the consequences of the actions. A deliberate determination may be arrived at in a short period of time, but in all cases, the determination must not be formed in passion or formed in.
I just want to make sure that we're on regular speed because it is normal speed. She does read fast, but she's read these instructions a million times, and they are going to get the instructions to bring back with them into the jury room.
Passion. It must be carried out after there has been time for the passion to subside and deliberation to occur. A mere unconsidered and rash impulse is not deliberate, even though it includes the intent to kill. Number 11, premeditation is a design, a determination to kill distinctly formed in the mind by the time of the killing. Premeditation need not be for a day, an hour, or even a minute. It may be as instantaneous as successive thoughts of the mind. For if the jury believes from the evidence that the act constituting the killing has been preceded by and has been the result of premeditation, no matter how rapidly the act follows the premeditation, it is premeditated. Number 12, the law does not undertake to measure in units of time the length of the period during which the thought must be pondered before it can ripen into an intent to kill, which is truly deliberate and premeditated. The time will vary with different individuals and under varying circumstances. The true test is not the duration of time, but rather the extent of the reflection. A cold, calculated judgment and decision may be arrived at in a short period of time, but a mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it includes an intent to kill, is not deliberation and premeditation, as will fix an unlawful killing as murder of the first degree. Number 13, another theory of murder of the first degree is murder perpetrated by means of lying in wait. The elements necessary to constitute lying in wait are watching, waiting, and concealment from the person killed with the intention of inflicting serious bodily injury upon such person or of killing such person. Nothing requires that the lie in wait exist for or consume any particular period of time before the act which causes the death. It is only necessary that the act causing death be preceded by and the outgrowth of lying in wait. Where a killing is accomplished after lying in wait, the state is not required to prove premeditation or deliberation. The killing constitutes a murder of the first degree so long as it was committed with malice, either express or implied. Number 14, another theory of murder of the first degree is a kind of murder which carries with it conclusive evidence of malice aforethought. One of these classes of murder is murder committed in the perpetration or attempted perpetration of abuse of an older person. Therefore, a killing which is committed in the perpetration or attempted perpetration of abuse of an older person is deemed to be murder of the first degree, whether the killing was intentional or unintentional or accidental. This is called the felony murder rule. The intent to perpetrate or attempt to perpetrate abuse of an older person must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 15, any person who abuses an older person is guilty of abuse of an older person. Abuse means willfully causing unjustifiably pain or injury or mental suffering to an older person. An older person is defined in Nevada as 60 years of age or older. Number 16, although your verdict must be unanimous as to the charge, you do not have to agree on the theory of guilt or liability. Therefore, even if you cannot agree on whether the facts establish the defendant is guilty of willful, deliberate, and premeditated murder, murder by means of lying in wait, or felony murder by means of abuse of an older person, so long as all of you agree that the evidence establishes the defendant's guilt of murder in the first degree, your verdict shall be murder of the first degree. Number 17, all murder which is not murder of the first degree is murder of the second degree. Murder of the second degree is murder with malice aforethought without the admixture of premeditation and deliberation, nor by means of lying in wait or by means of elder abuse. Number 18, you are instructed that if you find the state has established that the defendant has committed first degree murder, you shall select first degree murder as your verdict. The crime of first degree murder includes the crime of second degree murder. You may find the defendant guilty of second degree murder if, 1, you have not found beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of murder of the first degree, and 2, all 12 of you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant is guilty of the crime of second degree murder. If you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime of murder has been committed by the defendant, but you have a reasonable doubt whether such murder was of the first or of the second degree, you must give the defendant the benefit of that doubt and return a verdict of murder of the second degree. Number 19, you are instructed that if you find the defendant guilty of first or second degree murder, you must also determine whether or not a deadly weapon was used in the commission of the crime. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that a deadly weapon was used in the commission of such an offense, then you shall return the appropriate guilty verdict reflecting with use of a deadly weapon. If, however, you find that a deadly weapon was not used in the commission of such an offense, but you find that it was committed, then you shall return the appropriate guilty verdict reflecting that a deadly weapon was not used. Number 20, deadly weapon means any instrument which, if used in the ordinary manner contemplated by its design and construction, will or is likely to cause substantial bodily harm or death, or any weapon, device, instrument, material, or substance which, under the circumstances in which it is used, attempted to be used, or threatened to be used, is readily capable of causing substantial bodily harm or death. 21, the state is not required to have recovered the deadly weapon used in an alleged crime or to produce the deadly weapon in court at trial to establish that a deadly weapon was used in the commission of the crime. Number 22, in arriving at your verdict in this case as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, the subject of penalty or punishment is not to be discussed or considered by you and should in no way influence your verdict. If your verdict is murder of the first degree, you will, at a later hearing, determine the issue of penalty or punishment. Number 23, to constitute the crime charged, there must exist a union.
Well, that's interesting. If they come back with murder in the first degree, they get to decide the penalty or punishment. Death penalty is off the table, so that's interesting. You don't see that a lot. Usually the judge imposes sentence after a pre-sentence investigation. Had to take a little breather here because she is speaking really fast. But I know you guys want to be on real time, and it's normal speed, so we're going with it.
Joint of an act forbidden by law and an intent to do the act. The intent with which an act is done is shown by the facts and circumstances surrounding the case. Do not confuse intent with motive. Motive is what prompts a person to act. Intent refers only to the state of mind with which the act is done. Motive is not an element of the crime charged, and the state is not required to prove a motive on the part of the defendant in order to convict. However, you may consider evidence of motive or lack of motive as a circumstance in the case. Number 24. The defendant is presumed innocent until the contrary is proved. This presumption places upon the state of Nevada the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt every element of the crime charged and that the defendant is the person who committed the offense. A reasonable doubt is one based on reason. It is not mere possible doubt, but is such a doubt as would govern or control a person in the more weighty affairs of life if the minds of the jurors, after the entire comparison and consideration of all the evidence, are in such a condition that they can say they feel an abiding conviction of the truth of the charge, there is not a reasonable doubt. Doubt to be reasonable must be actual, not mere possibility or speculation. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant, he is entitled to a verdict of not guilty. Number 25, the evidence which you are to consider in this case consists of the testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits, and any facts submitted or agreed to by counsel. There are two types of evidence, direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is the testimony of a person who claims to have personal knowledge of the commission of the crime which has been charged, such as an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of a chain of facts and circumstances which tend to show whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. The law makes no distinction between the way to be given either direct or circumstantial evidence. Therefore, all of the evidence in the case, including the circumstantial evidence, should be considered by you in arriving at your verdict. Statements, arguments, and opinions of counsel are not evidence in the case. However, if the attorney stipulates to the existence of a fact, you must accept the stipulation as evidence and regard that fact as proved. You must not speculate to be true any insinuations suggested by a question asked a witness. A question is not evidence and may be considered only as it supplies meaning to the answer. You must disregard any evidence to which an objection was sustained by the court and any evidence ordered stricken by the court. Anything you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence and must also be disregarded. Number 26, in this trial, you heard evidence of other acts regarding the defendant, Mr. Tejas, in the articles written by Jeff Gehrman. You are not to conclude from this evidence the defendant is a person of bad character or is predisposed to commit crimes. Number 27, the credibility or believability of a witness should be determined by their manner upon the stand, their relationship to the parties, their fears, motives, interests, or feelings, their opportunity to have matter to which they testified, the reasonableness of their statements, and the strength or weakness of their recollections. If you believe a witness has lied about any material fact in the case, you may disregard the entire testimony of that witness or any portion of their testimony which is not proved by other evidence. Number 28, witnesses who have special knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education in a particular subject have testified to certain opinions. This type of witness is referred to as an expert witness. In determining what weight to give an opinion expressed by an expert witness, you should consider the qualifications and believability of the witness, the facts or materials upon which the opinion is based, and the reasons for each opinion. Opinion is only as good as the facts and reasons on which it is based. If you find that any fact has not been proven or has been disproved, you may consider that in determining the value of the opinion. Likewise, you must consider the strength or weaknesses of the reasons on which it is based. You are not bound by any opinion. Give each opinion the weight you find it deserves. You may disregard any opinion if you find it to be unreasonable. Number 29, although you are to consider...
Yeah, like his own opinions that he gave during his own narrative testimony. You can disregard those if you don't believe it.
Only the evidence in the case and reaching a verdict you must bring to the consideration of the evidence your everyday common sense and judgment as reasonable men and women. Thus, you are not limited solely to what you see and hear as the witnesses testify. You may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence which you feel are justified in the light of common experience, keeping in mind such inferences should not be based on speculation or guess. A verdict may never be influenced by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Your decision should be the product of sincere judgment and sound discretion in accordance with these rules of law. Number 30, during your deliberations, you're not to communicate with anyone in any manner regarding the facts and circumstances of this case or its merits, either by phone, email, text, messaging, internet, or other means. You are admonished not to read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You're not permitted to do any independent research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or any other reference materials. You are further admonished not to conduct any investigation, test a theory of the case, recreate any aspects of the case, or in any other manner investigate or learn about the case on your own. Number 31, when you retire to consider your verdict, you must first select one of your members to act as foreperson who will preside over your deliberation, will be your spokesperson in court. During your deliberation, you will have all the
They get to pick their own foreperson. Hold on, I want to hear that again. Compare and contrast with Karen Reed. The judge picked the foreperson before the alternates were even picked. And in New York, juror number one is always the foreperson. That's how we do it here. But here, they allow the jury to pick their own foreperson, which is good.
verdict. You must first select one of your members to act as foreperson who will preside over your deliberation, will be your spokesperson in court. During your deliberation, you will have all the exhibits admitted into evidence, these written instructions, and forms of verdict prepared for your convenience. Your verdict must be unanimous. As soon as you agree upon a verdict, the foreperson shall sign and date the verdict form and return with it to this room. Number 32. Now you will listen to the arguments of counsel, who will endeavor to aid you to reach a proper verdict by refreshing in your minds the evidence and by showing the application thereof to the law. But whatever counsel may say, you will bear in mind it is your duty to be governed in your deliberation by the evidence as you understand it and remember it to be, and by the laws given to you in these instructions, with the sole fixed and steadfast purpose of doing equal and exact justice between the defendant and the state of Nevada. The state may open and close the arguments.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here we go. State goes first.
Marie? By June of 2022, Jeff Garriman had caused a lot of problems for the public administrator, Robert Tellis. He had written articles accusing Mr. Tellis of an inappropriate relationship. He had written that he was bullying in the office and had created a hostile environment in the public administrator's office. He had written an article saying that the management of Mr. Tellis was so bad that the county had to bring in a private consultant in order to assist with the management of an 8-person office. After Mr. Garriman wrote those articles, Mr. Tellis lost his primary race and would not be the public administrator after that. And not just that he lost the race, he lost the race to a rival within the public administrator's office itself. And from the text messages of Mr. Tellis, we learned that this was deeply, deeply troubling for him. He wrote to Mr. Garriman, "I don't know what to say. I told you how much this all impacted me. You heard from employees who are being harassed by these people, provided you," I think this is a typo, "proof that I was doing my best to actually smooth things over. I had to make hard decisions. Still, you wrote an article that makes it sound like I'm the guilty one. That wasn't fair or balanced." He told Mr. Garriman, "I'm distraught right now. Clearly, there are typos in my message." He told Mr. Garriman that he was adding to the pressure of his life. "I've done so much for that office. I've told you that I've been followed and that I caught Rita following me. You decided to take it on her word that she wasn't. However, clearly she was. It seems to me that you value sensationalism or the value of a potential takedown than actually telling the truth. Thank you for helping him drop more pressure on my life." Now, Mr. Garriman's response was a response that you get probably from many reporters. He says, "Sorry you feel that way. My editors and I feel the story is fair and balanced." Mr. Tellis's response, "I don't know that you could truly feel that. You have concrete proof I provided you of what is really going on. You acknowledge much of it. You mention none of it. If telling yourself that you were fair helps you sleep at night while you're trying to destroy good people, that's your prerogative." And Mr. Tellis does attempt to fight back from these articles. On his campaign website, he posts this letter discrediting the paper and discrediting the allegations in those articles written by Mr. Gehrman. He goes on Twitter and he accuses Mr. Gehrman of being a bully. He says Mr. Gehrman had threatened him. He told other people on social media in this first screenshot that because of those articles, I had to increase my medication to cope with it all. He tells someone who reposted the article or sent it that he was deeply disappointed that they had done that. And he's generally following the fallout of those articles on social media. But the reality is he lost that primary election after those articles were written, and he attributed it to the articles written by Jeff Gehrman. He told his best employee, Nicole Lofton, unfortunately, too many people bought the lies. He told his best employee, Nicole Lofton, I'm so sorry. I'm devastated that everything we worked for is going to be done. I hate them and what they did. And after all that happened and losing the primary, his concern was that another article might be coming. He explains, I'm going to pull the trigger on the supervisory changes. I'm going to go with the original plan. I think if I do any more than that, they will say I'm interfering with operations. And then he added, she is probably trying to get fodder to pass to the reporter. And he sent another text after that there's more garbage being gathered for a news article. And Mr. Tellis testified to you that after the primary took place, he actually half drafted, he didn't file it, a lawsuit where he was going to sue his rival, Rita Reid, and he was going to insinuate in that lawsuit, coincidentally, that there was a conspiracy that caused his problems in the election. If you look at point 21, he wrote, upon information and belief, several employees conspired to make false allegations of mistreatment by Mr. Tellis. These employees contacted the Las Vegas Review-Journal to share false and defamatory statements in support of news articles against Mr. Tellis. So he was clearly incredibly upset that those articles were written and that it resulted in him losing that primary.
And remember, he's the one who brought up this lawsuit. He's the one who said, I intended to sue them. Where's the copy of that lawsuit? He brought that into this trial, that he was going to sue Rita and other people because of his problems.
In July, Jeff Gehrman, though, isn't done with his stories and his examination of what is going on with Mr. Tellis and the public administrator's office. In July, he sends that request for the public records of the county, where he's asking for communication between Mr. Tellis and Roberta, and then ultimately it expands to other individuals in the county. But he wants all team messages between Mr. Tellis and Roberta. He wants cell phone messages. He wants essentially all of their communications as of July. And that's after those 4 articles were written. Mr. Tellis, of course, is informed by this, informed of this request by the county. And this occurs on August the 8th. And they explain, hey, look, this reporter's seeking all of this information. So the message underlying all of this is another article is forthcoming. Mr. Tellis messages back that he wants to review those communications prior to them being released to the reporter. But as of August 8th, he's on notice of another article coming. And if you look at this email, he responds about 20 minutes after that first email was sent to him. Now, looking at the August calendar, you can see that on August the 8th, that's when he receives the notification of the public records request. And by August the 12th, there are images from Google Maps of Jeff Gehrman's neighborhood, Bronze Circle. We don't know the date they were created, but we know they were modified by August the 13th, meaning they had to be created sometime before that.
Yeah.
Now, this doesn't mean that Mr. Tellis physically went to Bronze Circle on the days leading up to the modification date of the 13th. It simply means that he went and accessed Google Maps, and Bronze Circle is the area that was searched and accessed by his phone. And those images are, of course, where Jeff German lives.
Ruh-roh.
Now, the next date to keep in mind in our series of events in August of 22 is...
This is a great tactic, putting up the August calendar and then putting these things on the calendar when they happen. This is a great visual for the jury, in my opinion. Prosecutors in other states, even defense counsel, take note.
August the 15th. In August the 15th, that is when there's images of all of those cars that are kind of driving along the access road to Jeff German's neighborhood. Now, once again, we have a modification date. That doesn't mean that the images were all taken on the 15th, but they had to exist before the 15th to be modified on that date. And if you recall, Detective Gaddis figured out where this was, and it's right off of Mr. German's neighborhood. His house is right here on Bronze Circle, and she figured out by looking at the photographs where it was located in Las Vegas. And she figured out it was located right at this Popeyes parking lot, and that slanted wall ends up being in almost all of the images. And there are a lot of them, of several cars driving by the access road to Mr. German's house. So we have the notification on the 8th. We have accessing Google Maps on the 12th. We have those screenshots of all of those vehicles in conjunction with Mr. German's neighborhood by the 15th. And then by the 23rd, there have been searches of Mr. German's personal information on Mr. Tellis's computer. This is Mr. Tellis's work computer at his desk. If you look at the screen on the right, you can see like there's a bottle of hand sanitizer, there's an arrow pointing to it. Here's a closer view. And the screenshots from his phone, you can see that the same cap to that bottle is in the screenshot as well. So these were clearly taken on his work computer while he was at work. And you can see that he's looking up personal information of Mr. German, the kind of car he drives. He ultimately is...
Watch tell us how he keeps shaking his head like, it wasn't me. It wasn't me, Shaggy. It wasn't me. Somebody else used my work computer. You never know what happens when I'm not there.
Able to get the address of 7216 off his work computer. And once again, those photos were in existence by August the 23rd of 2022.
Wrong.
So all of those events, the notification, the accessing of Bronze Circle on Google Maps, the screenshots of the car, and then using the work computer to access personal information of Jeff German all occurs in August of 2022. Moving to September, that's when Mr. Tellis on September the 1st receives notification that the county is getting ready to release all of those documents that were subject to the public records request. He's notified, and Ms. Kennan is notified on September the 1st of 2022, and the murder's the very next day. It's about 15 hours later.
Wow.
Now, we know that on the morning of the 2nd, Mr. Tellis left his house and proceeded into the area of Mr. German's neighborhood, and that he kind of meanders around there, but ultimately ends up on those cross streets and then proceeds on foot to Mr. German's residence. Mr. Tellis's residence.
Yeah, he went for a walk that day. Remember, that's what he said. He went for a walk. He went for a walk around Jeff German's neighborhood. So in his brain, he wasn't really lying. Right?
Is at the top of the screen there on Spanish Steps. He goes down that Silk Tassel Road and then goes on Red Hills Road. And he leaves at 9:12 in the morning. Now, eventually, he's in the area of Rock Springs Drive, which is near Mr. German's neighborhood. The time on that video is incorrect. It says 9:42 a.m. but you heard from Detective Mogg that the corrected time for that particular camera is 10:26. So he's in the area of Mr. Garriman's neighborhood at about 10:26 a.m. in the morning. What's the next thing that happens? Well, you know that this is Mrs. Tellis's Apple Watch, and she sends that message to Mr. Tellis at 10:35 a.m. You can kind of see it says Friday, 10:35 a.m. And the message is, where are you?
Where are you?
Well, he's sitting in Mr. Garriman's neighborhood, so he's not answering this text message. That text message goes unanswered. Mr. Tellis at 10:40 a.m.
And he also deleted it from his phone, and he also left his phone at home. Maybe she'll tie that all together.
is now on Wintergreen Drive, which is the cross street to Bronze Circle. He's on Wintergreen Drive at about 11 a.m. and the murder itself takes place at about 11:18 a.m. Then Mr. Tellis is back at his own neighborhood by 11:51 a.m. And this is video from that Piggott Elementary School, which Detective Mogg indicated that that timestamp is correct. And what does he do? He gets back at 11:51 a.m. and then he's able to get his BMW and proceed to Planet Fitness.
Ruh-roh. Look at Boss Baby's face. It's like, what
So
is it
there's
me?
his BMW leaving. It's 12:03, and then you know from Detective Gaddis's testimony that it's about a 4 to 6 minute drive. He's able to be at Planet Fitness by 12:09. So by 9/3, which is now the day after the murder, it has been reported that Jeff Garriman has been murdered. And then Roberta, who is working, has heard about the murder and she's starting to get concerned. She tells Mr. Tellis, I'm working tomorrow now. I don't want to be in the office alone. I'd rather be with the crazy women than alone right now. She's concerned about Mr. Garriman getting murdered and she's scared about being in the office alone.
And she's scared that her lover is the one who did it because she said, it looks just like your car. And then he said, but no, it's not my car because the rims are different. And then we found out the rims are exactly the same.
By September 5th and 6th, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department has released images of the assailant and also of the Yukon itself.
Murdoch, Laura, if you know, you know. The Apple Watch is the kennel video of this case.
And Roberta becomes even more concerned. She messages Mr. Tellis, Rob, WTF, please do not be driving your Yukon around for a while. This is on the September the 6th. He answers, whoa, that's crazy. She says, please tell me your Yukon is not that color. He answers, it is similar, if not the same. She says, I'm freaking out, Rob. He answers, my car has all matching wheel patterns. I think they are saying that there's a difference between the front and the back of the assailant's vehicle.
The rims.
But Roberta looks at it and says, fuck, your car is identical. And it actually turns out that Roberta is the one that is correct. His car is identical. From that lighter spot on the passenger side, just below the windshield wiper, there's sort of like a lighter rectangular shaped portion of the car. You can see that in the video.
Oh,
From the
yeah.
differentiating tint between the front and the back of the vehicle, that part is identical. And from the wheels themselves, they weren't different. They were the same. The wheel rims on the front and the back are identical. It is his Yukon. He is the one who committed the murder. So let's talk about the charge of murder. Murder is the unlawful killing of a human being with malice aforethought, either expressed or implied. And all that means is an act of ill will. When you go back to deliberate, you'll be asked two overarching general questions about the crime. And those are, was a deadly weapon used in the commission of the crime? And was the victim of the crime 60 years of age or older? So as you heard from Judge Leavitt, a deadly weapon is simply an object capable of causing substantial bodily harm or death. We obviously have that in this case. The knife wounds inflicted on Mr. Gehrman were definitely not caused by human hands, and they were capable of causing substantial bodily harm or death, because that's ultimately what happened. You may be asking, well, where is it? Like that knife didn't come to court. But the instructions tell you that the state is not required to have recovered a deadly weapon used in an alleged crime or to produce it at trial. You just have to be able to gather from the evidence that a deadly weapon was used. Obviously, the
Excellent use of the, I got to take that off for a minute. Excellent. Oh, shoot. They're going to demonetize me for that. Excellent use of the PowerPoint presentation here. Sorry about that. I put it on pause for a minute. I did not see that coming, and I did not think Law and Crime would show that. So let's just take a minute. Excellent use of the PowerPoint and putting the charge up on the slide for the jury to see it, and then putting the jury instruction up there for the jury to see it. So she's already anticipating the jury questions that the jury's going to ask themselves when they get into the jury room, and she's heading those off at the pass by saying, look, here in the jury instruction, it does not say that we have to show you the murder weapon. It doesn't say that. So don't worry that we didn't have the murder weapon. You don't have to see the murder weapon. I'm going to put this back without showing that graphic photo to you.
The injuries of Mr. Gehrman indicate that this was not caused by human hands. A deadly weapon was used to accomplish his murder. So that overarching question about the crime is probably an easy one to answer. Probably the easiest one after that is, was Mr. Gehrman over 60 years old at the time the crime occurred? And he was 69 years old at the time it occurred. So let's talk about first-degree murder. As Judge Leavitt explained to you, there are three theories, three pathways that you can reach a verdict of first-degree murder. The first one is a willful, deliberate, and premeditated murder. The second one is murder perpetrated by means of lying in wait. And the third one is murder perpetrated during the course of elder abuse. Now, the first form of first-degree murder is probably the one you're the most familiar with. And that is a murder that is willful, deliberate, and premeditated. And you'd have to find all of those elements in order to find Mr. Tellis guilty under that theory of first-degree murder. So let's talk about what each of these mean. Willfulness is very simple. It's simply an intent to kill. Do your actions demonstrate an intent to kill?
Yeah, I don't think the media knew that was coming. They got it off pretty quickly. Not as quickly as I did, but there goes monetization for everyone on YouTube today. Woohoo! They didn't even like those voicemail messages where somebody was saying, mother effer, and I even bleeped it out. I was like, bleep, bleep, bleep. 3 appeals, no good. She's not speaking right now, so it's not you. Yeah. We can't see that video clearly enough to show what it shows, but I think it shows the person in the giant hat and orange shirt walking or coming out of the bushes in front of Jeff Gehrman's house. Looks like there's some movement behind the bushes. Yeah, I can edit it out. The problem is when I edit it out, it gets rid of the entire live chat, which maybe gotta do, but that's why it's great to have a sponsor for my channel. So for those of you who didn't sign up for your free 2-week trial of Aura, you've definitely been affected by that data breach. I got a notification of it yesterday. My social's on the dark web. Yours probably is too. 14-day free trial. The link is below. She's not speaking. So I'm trying to fill some dead air
This
for
part
you.
of the video takes about 2 minutes. The entire time of that 2 minutes, Mr. Tellis is attacking Mr. Garriman with a weapon. So that demonstrates an intent to kill.
Only
He's
2 minutes.
stabbing him repeatedly. Mr. Garriman is clearly trying to fight back, but Mr. Tellis doesn't stop. It keeps going and going and going. And it's kind of a long time to be inflicting injuries on another individual. He finally walks out on the side.
So the entire
For the
killing
duration of that
took 2
time,
minutes.
the entire time, Mr. Garriman is being attacked. So let's talk about deliberation, which is the second element. Deliberation is determining upon a course of action to kill as a result of thought, including weighing the reasons for and against the action. Well, what do we know about Mr. Tellis's actions prior to the murder? Well, we know back in August, when he got notification that another story was likely coming, he kind of goes into research mode on Mr. Garriman, where he's located, what kind of car he might be driving, searches on his computer. All of that demonstrates deliberation. Even if you didn't have all of these actions back in August, the length of time of the actual attack itself is sort of a shorter version demonstrating a course of action to kill, right? In the course of 2 minutes, you are stabbing someone multiple times, you could change your mind, but he doesn't do that. He keeps going and going and going, not even withstanding all this pre-planning. Now, premeditation is the last element of that first theory of first-degree murder, and that is simply a decision to kill before you do it. Before you came in and sat as jurors, you may have thought that premeditation is always a case of pre-planning in months in advance and that sort of thing. And that is definitely a case of first-degree murder and kind of exactly what we have in this case. But you're told by the instruction that premeditation need not be for a day, an hour, or even a minute. It can be as instantaneous as successive thoughts of the mind. So what that instruction tells you is, in the law of Nevada, for premeditation, if I make a decision to kill you and I do it a month from now, that's premeditation. If I make a decision to kill and I do it a week from now, that's premeditation. If I do it an hour later, it's premeditation. If I do it a minute later, it's premeditation. If I do it a second later, it's still premeditation. And you have a video of the attack on Mr. Garriman, and clearly there's a decision made to kill him. But beyond that, you also know that Mr. Tellis took the step of leaving his phone at home prior to the murder. That's indication of premeditation and planning. You know that he bothered to disguise himself by wearing the hat and the orange outfit. That shows premeditation, a decision to kill. And you also know, most of all, that he brought a weapon over to Mr. Garriman's house, and that shows premeditation as well. So that theory of first-degree murder has been established in this case. Let's talk about the second theory of first-degree murder, which is murder perpetrated by means of lying in wait. And the instructions explain what that is. Another theory of first-degree murder is murder perpetrated by means of lying in wait. And what that is kind of taking on a place of concealment in order to inflict injury or death upon another person. It's sort of the second paragraph. It says, watching, waiting, and
Okay, here are the elements of lying in wait. I think she laid out a very good case of premeditation. Let's see if she can do the same for lying in wait.
concealment from the person killed with the intention of inflicting serious bodily harm upon, or serious bodily injury upon such person, or of killing such a person. And in this case, you actually see the actions of Mr. Tellis literally lying in wait.
Here's the video again.
He goes into Mr. Garriman's yard and recedes to the back in order to be in a place of concealment in order to attack him later on. And that is literally lying in wait. So that theory of first-degree murder is established as well. The third theory of first-degree murder is murder occurring during the perpetration of abuse of an older person. And this is kind of like child abuse, where if you abuse a child and a child happens to die in the course of abuse, it's automatically first-degree murder. The same is true for individuals who are over 60. If you abuse an older person and they die during the course of that abuse, that is an automatic case of first-degree murder. And it's sort of a policy judgment to protect vulnerable members of our society.
So there you go. In Nevada, it ups the charges to first-degree murder if you kill someone over the age of 60.
The instructions tell you another theory of first-degree murder is a kind of murder which carries with it conclusive evidence of malice aforethought. One of these classes of murder is murder committed in the perpetration or attempted perpetration of abuse of an older person. Therefore, a killing which is committed in the perpetration or attempted perpetration of an older person is deemed to be murder of the first degree, whether the killing was intentional, unintentional, or accidental. We have that in this case. Mr. Gehrman was over 60 years old. So by abusing him and causing his death, it is automatically another theory of first-degree murder. So this is a picture of the verdict form that you'll have back in your deliberation room, and you can.
Again, genius. She's showing them the verdict form. She's going to tell them how to fill it out. If Karen Reed's team had more time, they only had an hour for their closing, and that was a 9-week trial. This trial we are only on day 9 of this trial. We've had 8 full days of testimony. I'm only counting the days of testimony, not the jury selection days. So this is day 9 of the trial, and they're already on closings. It's a first-degree murder case. It is death penalty eligible, but that's been taken off the table. And look at how she's able to wrap this up. There was no way in hell that Karen Reed's team and the prosecution could wrap up a 9-week trial during a 1-hour closing, in my opinion. Just another way that Judge Cannoni showed maybe not such great judgment as a judge in that case.
Kind of see on the top in all caps, it says murder with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older. That was those very first 2 questions I discussed with you at the beginning of the closing that you would answer as jurors. And then as a jury, you should ask about the individual theories of first-degree murder and vote on them. So you have to vote if all 12 of you think that this was a willful, deliberate, and premeditated murder. Do all 12 of you find that it was perpetrated by means of lying in wait? Do all 12 of you agree that it was perpetrated in the course of abuse of an older person? If you find all of those, then you mark those boxes. If you are in disagreement, say only 3 of you think it was willful, deliberate, and premeditated, or some combination, you have to take a vote to decide if all of you believe that it's first-degree murder under some theory. And if it is, you mark that last box and say, we don't find unanimously under any of those 3 theories, but all of us agree, 12 of us agree that it's some form of first-degree murder. The law tells you, although your verdict must be unanimous as to charge, you do not have to agree on a theory of guilt or liability. So if all 12 of you agree one form of first-degree murder, then you mark that last box. But it's the state's position that all 3 of those theories, willful, deliberate, premeditated, lying in wait, and elder abuse, clearly apply in this case. And really, Mr. Tellis isn't disagreeing that this is a case of first-degree murder. He's just saying that it was a Compass Realty assassin who did it. Now here we see Mr. Tellis leaving his house at about 9:12 a.m. And it's the state's theory, of course, that at that point he's left his house and his cell phone is sitting back at his house on Spanish Steps. The state's theory is that Mr. Tellis leaves his residence, leaves the phone at the residence, and is proceeding to Mr. Gehrman's residence. And as we've discussed, the Yukon is seen at Rock Springs at about 10:26 a.m. Here's two different images of it. Meanwhile, Mr. Tellis's cell phone, which is sitting back at Spanish Steps, is getting some incoming messages. There's an incoming and unanswered message at about 9:44 a.m. about a work case. There's an incoming and unanswered message at about 10:16 about another.
Look at Boss Baby's face. His brow is getting more and more and more furrowed the more she lays out the evidence, and she's doing it in such a easy to follow and logical way that it's really tying this case all together. I mean, I'm really impressed. She's got a gentle demeanor about her. Somebody said, I wish that Chris Hamner did the closing. I'm not sure if he's going to get a chance to rebut, and maybe he'll do the rebuttal the same way we saw the evil stepsisters do that in the Ashley Benefield trial. We'll see. But I think she's got a very calm and easy demeanor, and she's very logical. And I think she's making it real easy for the jury.
Other case at his work, there's an incoming unanswered message from his wife saying, where are you, at 10:36 a.m. Now you'd think, given that some of the allegations in the articles, this might be one he'd answer pretty quickly. There's an unanswered incoming call from his wife at 10:43 a.m. that doesn't get answered by him. And there's another incoming call that occurs at 11:16 a.m. Meanwhile, he is at Mr. Gehrman's house. So ask yourself this: if this was really a Compass Realty assassin who was committing the murder at Bronze Circle, how would that individual know that Mr. Tellis, with his phone at his house, wouldn't have answered a call, or wouldn't have gotten in another text string, or wouldn't have made a call himself? How could anybody but Mr. Tellis be the killer? No one would have that level of assurance, because if any of those calls had been answered from his house, it would be clear that he wasn't the one involved.
Great point.
Now we know from the video evidence from Bronze Circle that after the murder occurs, Mr. Tellis actually returns to Mr. Gehrman's house, and he goes to the side area of the yard where Mr. Gehrman is located.
Okay, now they're showing video of it's hard to see because it's very small on the screen.
And then he returns back to the Yukon.
Oh, this is when he goes back after, or whoever it is goes back after the murder, parks the car right there in front of the house. Did he forget something?
And eventually does that U-turn and drives away. But if you're wondering why there isn't blood in the Yukon, he had to walk all the way out of that crime scene, and anything that had been deposited on his shoes would have come off in the rocks. Besides that, the crime scene itself is not drenched in blood on the ground. These are Mr. Gehrman's shoes. There is some blood on them, but they're not exactly drenched, and he's the victim. So after Mr. Tellis leaves Bronze Circle for the second time, he goes east, he goes on Wintergreen, he goes on Washington, he goes on Rampart, he goes on Apple, and he goes back to his neighborhood at 11:51, and then he leaves again to go to Planet Fitness at about 12:03.
Why do you guys think he went back? I think this is a good explanation. With his OCD, right? Maybe he had to make sure that he was gone. Thanks to, if anyone. It appears that his OCD had to check to make sure he was.
You also know that Mr. Tellis is the killer because of the DNA evidence in this case. Remember how this comes into play. They collect the samples from the scene, and the Metro DNA analyst has this result of foreign DNA being present on September the 5th. They haven't even collected a DNA sample from Mr. Tellis until the 7th. So it's not like Metro or Compass Realty has a sample of Mr. Tellis's DNA to come insert in this crime scene. It's Mr. Tellis's DNA in this scene. It's literally on the body of Mr. Garriman. The items from the search warrant also tell you that Mr. Tellis is the person responsible for this crime. Those shoes that were found in the house, they weren't planted, they were hidden. They were cut up. Anyone who planted the shoes would have no reason to cut them up. The cutting up is to benefit Mr. Tellis so he can get rid of them. If you were just planting them, you could leave them alone. And they're clearly his shoes because 1, they're in his house. 2, his DNA is present on them. And if you don't believe that, there's pictures in his phone of those shoes on a day when he apparently went rock climbing.
The shoe selfie of the rock climbing shoe, the Temu sneaker from Ross or Marshalls, and that matched the sneaker that was cut up under his couch, which had his DNA in it. And also he admitted that the picture was actually his shoe. So I don't really know where we're going with this, except to straight to guilty, do not pass go. But we'll see.
You have the bag that was located and ultimately the hat as well. And you heard a lot of testimony about how all of this evidence was collected from the scene. There's the detective who physically finds it, working with other detectives who are also doing the search. There's the detective that's assigned to be the scribe, to write down where everything is located. There's a crime scene analyst assigned to photograph it in place. There's DNA analysts who actually analyze the physical evidence after the fact. And all of this occurred, this whole search occurred while his wife is sitting in the house and aware of what they're doing. None of this evidence was planted. There's the bag, there's the hat, that was the location of the hat in his house. Finally, you know from the searches, the bronze circle where he accessed the Google Maps of Mr. Garriman's house, that he is the one responsible. He's not friends with Mr. Garriman. He doesn't have business to do with Mr. Garriman. There is no reason for images of bronze circle to be in his phone prior to the murder occurring. You also know that he is the one responsible from the sort of amateur surveillance that occurred in August prior to the murder itself. There's no reason for any of this to be in his phone, but that he's attempting to gather information on Mr. Garriman. And finally, you know he actually used his work computer to gather information on Mr. Garriman as well. At the end of his testimony, I think yesterday, Mr. Tellis explained that, he's really a victim in this.
Yeah, he did.
He's been victimized by the whole process. And he told you that he was wronged by his coworkers who didn't appreciate his changes that he made in the office and didn't appreciate his management style. He was
Old
wronged
guard.
by the county who didn't understand that he was being a good leader. He was wronged by Zach Schilling, and by
Look at his face
Kristen
now.
Riffle. He was wronged by them as well.
Look when she brought up Zach Schilling with a K, who testified about the Ross Marshalls Nike knockoffs. And that's how he knew it was definitely Tellis in the video he saw on the news, because of those Nike knockoffs with the plastic tops. And take it back a second. Look at how when he mentions Zach, his whole expression changes.
Style. He was wronged by the county who didn't understand that he was being a good leader. He was wronged by Zach.
Oh, he looks like
Schilling,
he's in pain.
And by Kristen Riffle.
He did say
He was
that.
wronged by them as well. He was certainly wronged, according to him, by Compass Realty. He was wronged by Steve Wolfson. He was wronged by the patrol officers who preserved that scene at Mr. Garriman's house. He was wronged by Metro Police, in particular, Detective Gaddis and Detective Jappy. He was wronged by some mysterious, illusory phone hacker. He was wronged by DNA analysts at Metro who found his DNA on the fingernails of Mr. Gehrman. And then, of course, he was obviously wronged by Mr. Gehrman too in the articles he wrote.
Why is he making all of those faces when he himself on the stand said that all of these people were involved in the conspiracy to frame him? He did say that. So why is he looking like he doesn't agree with what she's saying? That's his whole theory.
Or maybe it's not that he was wronged. Maybe he's the one in the wrong.
Ooh, maybe he wasn't wrong. Maybe he's the one that was in the wrong.
Much. At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. During
And
this recess, you're
wow.
to discuss or
Well
communicate
done. Well
with your fellow
done.
jurors in a way regarding the case or its merits,
Yep.
either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media, or read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary, do research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Thank you, all rise.
That was only about a 45-minute closing. That was only about a 45-minute closing, and she got it all in there. She got it all in. What say you? I mean, it was quick. It was to the point. It was tied together. It was easy to follow. We're a little bit behind, so we might even be through the break. Oh, wait a second. I got a great freeze frame here for you. Look at this. Oh, man. The sound is off, but let's just play this through as he looks at, I guess he's looking at Draskovich. Hold on. Yeah. Wow. Great closing argument. Easy to follow. Great use of the PowerPoint. Excellent the way she was able to go over the jury instructions and the actual charge and all the different ways that you could find him guilty. 9 days of testimony. And she made it sound real easy to convict him, in my opinion. Kathy, thank you for the super chat. Says, oh, to be a fly on the wall in that big skull of his. Wendy, darling, demonetized, bummer. Yeah, they do it occasionally. Occasionally I appeal it and I usually win. But if there's something graphic or, I don't know, that other one was demonetized for language, which I don't even understand because it was like a 5-hour stream and it was at the way end. It wasn't in the first 7 minutes like their policies say. But yeah, thank you for the 10. That helps. I'm just a girl in the world. The timeline is comprehensive and cohesive. Very well done. They're still on break. So don't worry, you're not missing a thing. Thanks for the 5. Lisa Simplified, thank you so much for the 20, who thanks me for streaming this trial. Thank you so much. I really felt like we needed a palate cleanser after our horror show that was Karen Reed and Ashley Benefield. And I thought this would be a good one because, and it turned out to be a great one because the investigation was done properly. And there just seemed to be a lot of evidence that was collected in a proper fashion. They have chain of custody in Nevada, Las Vegas Metro PD. Every witness that got up on the stand was more beautiful than the next. It was like the land of beautiful witnesses who were proud of their jobs, proud of their work in law enforcement, and every single one of them seemed genuine, honest, without a chip on their shoulder. Unlike both those other trials that I just mentioned. Thank you, Lisa, for thanking me and for watching, all of you. Kindness Cake, thanks for the 5. Is that fake frown turning into a real frown? It's good to see him wilt. Thanks, Melanie. Thank you, Kindness Cake. Misconduct, thanks for the deuce. Bobblehead rethink ingredients is defense. Team Brittany said she has the dibs on making a bobblehead boss baby for this trial. Thank you, Mama She 13 for the 20. Great closing. And those faces, for real, like what? Thanks, Desiree. Off topic, sorry to derail anything, but the O'Keefes have sued Karen Reed, Waterfall, and CJ McCarthy. Yes, I did mention that earlier. I'm going to be going over that lawsuit later because that's my wheelhouse. That's what I do, civil litigation. So thank you so very much, Desiree, for the 10. Kooky Yuki Carillion, can the defense lawyer use the stuff Boss Baby said in his narrative testimony? I'm thinking if narrative form was due to attorney knowing he will commit perjury, so can he use it all? That's a great question. I'm gonna say he can't really close on some of that. We don't know who's gonna close yet. And it'll be interesting to see how he gets around it if Draskovich is doing the closing. It'll be interesting to see. So the answer is I'm not sure what he's going to do or who's going to close even at this point. So we need to kind of wait, find out. Oh, thank you, Misconduct. I appreciate you so much. Kathy, I'm wondering about his reaction to what his reaction to a guilty verdict will be. Does anyone think he will have a meltdown? I mean, how could he not, right? I don't know. It'll be interesting. So many people thought that Ashley Benefield's lack of reaction meant that she was absolutely guilty because she didn't react at all. So we'll see. Pretty sure they're going to get a rebuttal, Max Bang, if that's what you're asking. Rachel, the lady lead detective was amazing. I don't remember her name. You're talking about the one who looked kind of like Brett Butler? Her name was, there are a lot of guys in the chat who are very big fans of hers. Gaddis, right? Justine Gaddis. Yeah, she was pretty amazing. Kim says she thinks that he's going to throw a temper tantrum when the verdict. What do you want to do a poll on? We've done polls before. It's like 98% guilty, 2% guilty. What kind of poll do you want? Guilty or not guilty? I don't really think we need to do it because I think I know what the answer is. We did it yesterday. We did a poll on how long the verdict was going to take. 50% of you said under 2 hours. 48% said between 2 and 4 hours. 2% of you said over 4 hours. So we'll see. We are currently in the middle of a 10-minute break before the defense closing. If you're just joining, welcome. Please hit the like button because it really, really helps. The algorithm. High Truth Art said it was refreshing to see how a real trial goes. Yeah, I know, right? Carrie says after the verdict, he's going to slide out of his lifts for sure. Oh, Granny Annie is traveling again. Hi, Granny Annie is a proud resident of Las Vegas. You should be very, very proud of your Las Vegas Metro Police. They did an outstanding job in this case. They were so professional. Chain of custody is a thing. Proper evidence collection is a thing. They don't use solo cups and stop and shop bags there. They photograph things. They do surveillance. It's like crazy town. Sin City is crazy town. Denny Don says, I kind of think he won't close himself because he was not taking any notes during her closing. That's good. Chris, or that's interesting. Chris says we're definitely going to witness a meltdown. Carol says his defense attorney is just going to give him a binky. Yeah, that's it. Robbie Ropes love Detective Gaddis. Vada boom, va boom, Gaddis. Hi, Kristen. Dr. John is concerned with the reaction of Telus when the verdict comes in. Okay, we'll see. Well, you know what? We'll see how many court officers are in the room. Every time that I go to court for the accused Long Island serial killer, Rex Heuermann, there are court officers spread out throughout the gallery and in the courtroom at least every 2 to 3 feet. So interesting. Oh, SNS. So happy you said what say you. My hoodie arrives today. Yay. Yeah, you got a what say you hoodie? Awesome. I love that. Owl Salt Gaddis was a total salve to the Rust lead investigator. Oh, yeah. And to Trupa Procta, right? Who was the lead investigator until they renamed him customer service rep or something during the trial. He was no longer the lead investigator then because, internal affairs can be so pesky. Right. Both guilty or very guilty. Well, we have to wait until we hear the defense closing, right? We can't prejudge. Where the boss baby cries. You want the where the boss baby cries. Yeah, it's reminding me of Kim Wexler from Better Call Saul. A lot of people said that. Flowisky, a lot of people said that. I never really watched that show. I started it. Oh, they're back. They're back. Going to see who's going to be doing the closing for the defense.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Please come to order. Court is now back in session.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Draskovich, you may begin your closing.
Ooh,
Thank
Draskovich.
you. Am I on?
You're on. I don't know that they have a time limit. She didn't say anything about
Proof
that.
beyond a reasonable doubt. It's the highest standard in this country. It's not presumption, preponderance of the evidence. It's not clear and convincing. It's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. This concept was borrowed from the Old English common law. Our founding fathers thought that it'd be better to it's better to let 10 guilty men go free than to wrongfully convict an innocent person. Additionally, I would submit to you that it reflects the reality. The very few people have the resources, the means, the wherewithal to prove their innocence.
Karen Reed.
You know, you heard testimony by narrative by the defendant, Mr. Tellis. Generally, you don't discuss a person being in custody, but he testified truthfully from the stand concerning his incarceration. He had testified that he'd been
Interesting choice. Watch. He tested truthfully about his incarceration. When he talks about his other testimony, let's see if he says he testified truthfully about these things too. That's interesting.
in custody for 2 years and that he wanted to tell you his story. Jury instruction number 27 discusses a witness's manner upon the stand. You and you alone are to judge every witness's credibility. In jury instruction number 3, it states that you are to apply the law to the facts. As we had stated at the beginning of this trial, you are the sole judges of the facts in this case. We had asked you at the beginning if you would keep an open mind, and we're certain that you have. This case is not about who called the most witnesses. The state did. This case is not about who had the most exhibits presented to you. The state did. We had asked you that at the close of evidence and at the end of this trial, if we were to sit at counsel table with Mr. Tellis and not ask a single question, not discuss a single document, not to submit a single document, if you had a doubt, and if it were a reasonable one, he'd be entitled to a verdict of not guilty. Let's talk for a minute what the state hasn't proven. And again, there is no burden whatsoever on that man. Jeff German DNA wasn't anywhere but at the scene of the crime. And this is significant because we heard a very able explanation of the state's evidence from their point of view. There was no blood or DNA evidence concerning Mr. German in Mr. Tellis's home.
Wait, they had Gehrman's. Oh, all right. No, they had Tellis's DNA under Gehrman's fingernails. But they're saying Gehrman's DNA wasn't anywhere but the scene of the murder. Okay.
In or on his vehicles, in or on his clothing. None of that would implicate Mr. Tellis. There had been discussion on the state's closing wherein there was blood everywhere in this, in the Bronze Circle address. Obviously, it was a stabbing. You can see through the exhibits that you will have with you in the jury room. There was blood everywhere, on the bushes, on the bird dish. Nowhere in Mr. Tellis's vehicle do we find blood. You recall the testimony, blood presumptive negative on both doors on the driver's side,
He had gloves
the
on.
seat, the seat belt, the brake pedal, the gas pedal, the mat, nothing. There was no blood on his person, clothing, anything else.
They didn't find his clothing.
You didn't hear from any witnesses concerning any personal knowledge to contradict Mr. Tellis's version of the events for September 2nd.
Why didn't he have video of himself
There was
walking around the
not
neighborhood?
a positive identification of the subject vehicle or Mr. Tellis at the scene. There's no evidence whatsoever of any gloves being recovered. And you've seen, and it's fairly clear from the video evidence that you've been presented, that assailant was wearing gloves.
Okay, so he got rid of the gloves and the shirt, and the jeans that you took from his house 5 days later didn't have blood on them because they're not the same pants that the person was wearing. But he couldn't get rid of the hat and the shoes for some reason. Okay.
There was no recovery of a murder weapon. That vest with the reflective strips, you didn't see that. And the pants, I mean, we had pants that were recovered. You saw the blue pants. Obviously, that didn't bear any evidence to implicate Mr. Tellis. And I would submit to you that the facts and common sense would dictate that had he been the murderer, there'd be evidence of it on these articles, on that getup that that person was wearing on September 2nd.
We don't have the getup because he got rid of the getup at Planet Fitness dumpster.
This is a point that I would urge you to consider, because I would submit to you that's crucial in determining whether the state, and again, it's the state alone that bears the burden, has proven their case against Mr. Tellis. There's no surveillance or eyewitness testimony showing that Tellis left his house that day headed
No,
to Mr. German's
but
home.
they show him at the home. Okay, all right. I mean, he's got
We
nothing.
did hear evidence, and it was uncontroverted, and that came through Detective Gaddis, that on the day of the stop, September 2nd, it's Metro policy to have body cam. The officers that stopped him in relation to the warrant that was obtained with Mr. Jappy's, Detective Jappy's participation, it was issued at 2 a.m. on the 7th. The officers that stopped Mr. Tellis, the officers that detained Mr. Tellis, didn't have the body cam on, and that was requested multiple times. Ultimately, there was an order from Her Honor on July 18th of 2023, and after that order. And you recall going through the cam, the reports, the CAD reports, there was intervention, but again, that key piece of evidence was overwritten. It was destroyed. Again, is that indication of some wide-ranging conspiracy? And I'm not going to stand before you today and necessarily argue that there was. But what that shows is that Metro makes mistakes.
Not a lot.
Metro officers, Metro detectives are human. I mean, you think of the old proverbial idea of police officers, they're brass buttons, blue uniforms. They're human beings underneath their titles, underneath their uniforms, and they're just like all of us. They make mistakes. That shows you that mistakes are made on behalf of Metro. And the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department is not infallible. Let's talk about Robert Tellis's blood, or the lack thereof, at the scene of the murder. You had seen some pretty good videos capturing that person leaving Jeff German's house after the stabbing. I would submit to you that it's the state's argument that Mr. Tellis.
Yeah, they're not going to like that either. Hold on. Killing me, Smalls. You killing me, Smalls. Wait a minute. Let me just see if I can get that finger out of there. Nah, it's not going to
through
work.
that incident. You heard his testimony. You are the sole judges of the facts concerning that. What we do have, in addition to the state's video, is we have this assailant walking away from the 7217 Broad Circle address. That finger was cut. That finger had been damaged by a knife or otherwise severely injured. Wouldn't there be blood? Wouldn't common sense dictate that there'd be blood in the bushes surrounding Jeff German's body?
Or inside the
In
glove.
the rocks which were recovered, in the sidewalk outside the house? Nothing. And again, it's the state's burden to present you every bit of evidence in their prosecution, and you should take into consideration the evidence that they've presented to you. But by the same token, you should take into consideration determining whether or not they have proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt, and they have the sole burden for the production of evidence. Ask yourselves what evidence is missing. Let's talk about Robert Tellis's body in relation to a struggle that the state would have you believe occurred between these two gentlemen. Recall the evidence that we had brought in during their presentation of evidence, and I believe a number of these pictures came through Detective Gaddis, and there's a lot. It's defense exhibits B through V. This is just kind of a capture of these photos, and there's a lot of them to evidence that there were no injuries to his body. Neck, front, and there's more. And we could stand here and click through each and every one, but we're not going to. You can look at them.
Wasn't that like 5 days later?
You can ask yourselves, well, if there was this struggle, where are the markings? Where's the bruising? Where are the scratches? Defense exhibits B through V.
But if he came at him from behind, right, and we saw that horrific picture of this slit throat, if he came at him from behind and slit his throat, like from behind him, like this, the blood would have went forward. He's behind him, wouldn't necessarily. And also, how, that I would submit to you is probably a deadly cut, which would not enable Jeff German, rest in peace, to fight back.
Will demonstrate that there were no such injuries. Let's talk about the cell phone usage on 9/2/2022. The state would have you believe that Mr. Tellis's lack of responses to junk messages mean that he was occupied with murder. And through analyst Aguero, you heard, and you had the opportunity to see through the course of this gentleman's testimony, it was uncontroverted. We went through the messages during the key hours, the key times of September 2nd. The vast majority of those messages were automated. They were spam. How many of us respond to spam? It wasn't like he had every person reaching out to him, family, friends, repeatedly. Where are you? What are you doing? It's not. The vast majority of those messages were of no significance. They were junk. Additionally, the state did not establish a pattern of phone use behavior, which would indicate that Mr. Tellis's communication activity on that day was anything different than his normal behavior. They had the devices, they had the access. You heard no testimony that his accessing his phone, his using his phone on September 2nd was anything different than the day before, the day following, the weeks before, or the weeks following Mr. German's murder. And let's talk about the deleted messages. You recall that was quite a big point that was underscored and argued through the course of testimony, and it was actually through Mr. Aguero, our expert, the issue concerning this deleted message. And you recall then we had the subsequent witnesses in the state's rebuttal that came forward with and it was through Mr. Tellis's testimony. Do you remember the watch, the Apple Watch? Then there was questions asked, what about the other device that presumably these messages were being received on. We didn't get the benefit. And again, it's their burden to compare the Apple Watch with the Pixel phone. We didn't have that. But what we did hear from that detective is that he couldn't say one way or the other. Do you remember that question, where are you? Obviously, if someone's home, they can speak with one another. But we didn't hear and we couldn't hear any evidence. And for you to just make a judgment based upon their own expert, their own witness who has special training and knowledge, say, I couldn't say one way or the other whether that message was deleted on the Pixel device, the device that they have alleged was Mr. Tellis's phone. That's significant.
Is it though? And my question also is, how did they get the wife's Apple Watch? Did she come to them and give it to them? Did they get a warrant and get into her Apple Watch? I have questions about that too.
Let's talk about what the state does have. They've got a cut up straw hat and shoes.
Yeah, it's pretty damning.
There's really no reasonable explanation, rational explanation one way or the other. Obviously, if this person's the murderer, why not get rid of the shoes? You'd have to presume that he had knowledge of the shoes and their whereabouts. Let's talk about that hat. Why wasn't that hat discarded? Again, we'd have to presume knowledge on the part of Mr. Tellis where that hat was. And again, neither the shoes nor the hat tied him to Jeff German's residence.
They took pictures of her watch during the search
shoulder
warrant.
bag with balls in it. Do you recall that exhibit? We had a basketball and a football that looked like some sawdust, and you'll have all of these exhibits. What's going on with that? I guess you're to use your common sense, which is one of the latter instructions, and assume that this bag is somehow implicated in the murder of Jeff German. And then it winds up in a storage area in the family home with a basketball and a football.
Because
And
that's
what I
where
would
you
submit
put
to you
it.
looks like sawdust in the middle of it. The image artifacts from the cache of Robert.
His DNA was in the shoes. His DNA was in the shoe. It was one shoe cut up into like 100 pieces and then a half a shoe next to it in a Ziploc bag.
Tellis's phone, as well as the vehicle and the address inquiries on Mr. Tellis's work computer, it was fairly clear through the course of the testimony that that work computer had access to the Google account that would presumably be accessed by his Pixel phone. If one has password to that, one can have access to the devices.
And you can implant photos on someone's phone?
Matt Havaness said that he could not say the date of the cached images on the files of Mr. Tellis's Google Pixel phone. We were shown a calendar. We were to draw inferences. We don't know specifically who accessed, who searched for those images, and we don't know when they were created. And I would submit to you that that's significant, and the state should explain that to you. On Defense Exhibit 03, Robert Tellis's user accounts on his Dell Omnipex located the public administrator's office. Again, this is the report. You have it. This is Mr. Aguero's summation of his analysis. Again, it shows that this Google account where these damaging photos and images are shown, it's the same. It's the same account. It can be uploaded, accessed by both the cell phone and the work computer. Obviously, we know what was going on from the testimony of multiple witnesses, what was going on at the public administrator's office and the turmoil. I would submit that's something that you should consider
In the backseat
and
meetings?
determine what the facts are and what the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt. There is a positive DNA hit for Mr. Tellis related to Jeff German's fingernails. And you recall at the beginning of the state's presentation last week, you heard from the crime scene analysts, and I would submit to you that it was fairly clear that there was a little less than an airtight investigation because, after all, police officers, detectives, crime scene analysts make mistakes.
Oh, Mr. Draskovich, you don't know what we've seen. You don't know what we've seen in other trials. This was pretty airtight compared to what we've seen in Dedham, Canton, Mass.
To the lab techs, Miss Brown and Miss Koljenovich, they were trainees at the time that they did this DNA collection and the processing for presumptive negative or presumptive positive blood evidence. This is significant. It was Claire Manning. She had testified she was young, blonde. She had testified that she couldn't.
Okay, wait a
recall
second.
who
Did he just
bagged.
diss blondes worldwide? She was young, blonde. Hold on a second.
It was Claire Manning. She had testified she was young, blonde. She had testified that she couldn't recall who bagged the hands. That was at the scene of the murder. You never heard testimony as to who initially bagged the hands of Jeff German's body. One would think, and common sense would dictate, that they'd be able to tell you that. They couldn't, not from a single witness. She testified that she took custody both of the fingernails and the evidence concerning Mr. Tellis, but again, she couldn't tell you who bagged the hands. Again, this Google search on the recipe, you heard that the last day of trial, like that was somehow significant. Do you recall in the recross of the detective, there was at least 2 computers at the Tellis home that were not reviewed. They weren't checked for those recipes. So again, I'd submit to you, we have a wash. Detective Mogg, Christopher Mogg, he's now retired. He's an analyst. He lives in Texas. You recall at the beginning.
Didn't he say, and just correct me if I'm wrong on this, but didn't Tellis say during his testimony that he cut his finger with a knife when he was making chicken fried rice for his daughter who doesn't like the school food? And then didn't he say that he cut his finger when he cut off the top to the super glue? Or that's when the blood got on the scissors? Like, he gave 2 different explanations for how the blood got on the scissors. Oh, maybe the blood got on the scissors when he was cutting off the super glue and he cut his finger making fried rice for his daughter, but there's no Google recipes on his phone. So he's not lying, or he is lying. He's confusing me now. Google searches about Jeff German's address.
Of this trial, he gave what appeared to be fairly detailed testimony concerning the whereabouts of the subject, Denali. Do you recall on cross, it was addressed that at 9:10, that vehicle was entering in from the Piggott Elementary. And again, you saw the map. It's in evidence. You can see that this right here is not the entrance to Mr. Tellis's neighborhood. It's streets away. It's not close. He gave you testimony that apparently he drove through the neighborhood where Mr. Tellis lived, off the Spanish Steps address. He said to look for things of evidentiary value. We heard nothing. We heard nothing concerning other vehicles in the neighborhood. Do you recall the testimony that there was at least 67 red Denalis? We heard testimony that that number at one point perhaps was greater. Perhaps it was at 67, which nobody contradicted, but we never heard what it was ultimately narrowed down to. We had Detective Mogg, and I'll refer to him as detective because in essence he still is. He testified and just said he was sure that it was that man's Denali, period. Do you recall the testimony that was shown concerning, and I would submit to you because you are the sole judges of the facts, that there was something peculiar about this Denali, something in the right-hand window area, that plastic stripping. You have the photos. Please look at them. We are given testimony based upon his analysis. We have at the same part near Piggott Elementary, we have this vehicle leaving at 9:12:32. But what's significant about the 9:10 where we see it entering the neighborhood or the area, again, it's not Mr. Tellis' specific neighborhood. We're not told where it was before that, who was driving it. What's important, and I want to back up, is at 9:10, we have this vehicle entering the area. And you have to ask yourself, what's occurring between 9:10 and 9:12? If we're to take the state based upon the evidence that they have presented, what went on during that 2 minutes and a few seconds? We don't know. Did it even make it to the Tellis' house or some other neighbor, other house in the area?
Does that create reasonable doubt? I don't know.
But as to the 9:10, it's important because it's the state's theory, and we heard it argued that Mr. Tellis left his phone. Well, we have, and this is Defense Exhibit A3, we have that phone receiving messages. Look at the times all throughout the morning. We have that phone receiving messages 7:44, 7:45, 8:47. You can see, and this will be given to you. It's close to the cell tower next to Mr. Tellis' home. So then you have to ask, well, where was this vehicle? And I'd ask him specifically, did you follow this vehicle? Did you see this vehicle prior to the 9:10 time taken from Piggott? He didn't. But we can see, based upon the evidence that was provided to you by the defense expert, that phone is in the area all that time. It's in the Spanish Steps area. So obviously the argument, and I would submit to you, common sense would dictate, well, if that is going to Mr. Tellis' home and it's not arriving in that area until 9:10, why do we have all of these other pings at all of these other times close to the home, if not at the home? He laid out very specific detail, and he had talked about this approximately 5.3 mile trek that he wants you to believe was Mr. Tellis' vehicle, and that vehicle was occupied by Mr. Tellis. His video analysis takes 2 hours. It covers 2 hours and 39 minutes. The state couldn't show you what happened during that 2 hour and 39 minute period. 5.3 mile trip to and from. They basically show you closed circuit TV coverage, which it wasn't. There was a lot of dark spots of the vehicle driving there. But then the vehicle driving back, and I won't say it was driving to and from Tellis' home because we have no evidence of that. We're to believe the state that there's no ring cameras in a fairly affluent neighborhood. I'd submit to you, does that make any sense? What we're going to ask you to look at, and please do, you've done a lot through the course of this trial. It's your duty to be here, and you have fulfilled that duty. You've taken notes. To the very last witness, it's been apparent that you've been paying attention, that you've maintained an open mind. Oftentimes we suffer, especially law enforcement, from what's called confirmation bias. You reach a judgment, sometimes early on in the case.
Oh, we
and
know.
you work backwards to confirm what the judgment that you've arrived at the beginning should be at the end. And I would submit to you that that's what happened.
C. Proctor, 16 hours. Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe with her car. Confirmation bias.
This was the 1405 Wintergreen. As you recall, there was an issue concerning the timing. This was channel 3. All right. This is State's Exhibit 372. You have that. You'll be given a laptop. Look at this. This was an image that was not part of his presentation to you at his testimony and during his testimony. This laptop has the ability to pause. It has the ability to zoom. Watch this.
Ooh, let's watch.
We're going to slow this down now.
Okay. The Denali is going by Wintergreen.
You have this evidence.
What
It wasn't
have we
part of this
here?
Presentation, but it's been provided to you. Look at the profile.
Okay. Look at the profile. He's saying that
What's
does
that
not.
look like on the top of the head? I'd submit to you, that looks like hair. We've seen Mr. Tellis. He gave testimony from the witness stand.
Ooh, could this be the
Does that
smoking gun?
profile
I'm gonna
match
I'm
the
gonna pause
profile
this
in
here.
that vehicle?
Could this be the smoking gun here? In closing, that it looks like the person driving this Denali has hair as they were driving by Wintergreen in the days leading up to the murder. Hang on. Say what the date of this is? Well, we know he likes costumes. Maybe it was a wig. I don't know.
Stand. Does that profile match the profile in that vehicle? I mean, it's no secret. The man's bald.
No.
Look
What's
at the
secret is
face.
his height.
Look at the eyes.
Could be a hat or a hood up, a
I
hood.
submit to you that those look like glasses.
I can't
And
see
again, this is
glasses.
part of the evidence collected by the state. It's been presented to you. It wasn't addressed during their case in chief, and it wasn't explained by Detective Cliff Mogg. I'd submit to you, look at that image.
Okay, let's look at it. I'll take his submission. Kristen Pino says, look closely. It's the seat back.
There's hair. There's glasses.
I don't see
Now, the
glasses.
state in rebuttal, and we'll address the significance of that. They
sunglasses.
have the opportunity to come and address what I've presented to you, but that's undeniable. What I'm going to show you next is the image on channel 2. That's the same video coverage, but now it has the vehicle coming from a different direction.
Is it inverted? (10:40 a.m.) What was the date?
Do you remember the testimony from Mr. Martinez? I think it was John Martinez. Of no significance. It was fairly unmemorable on that date. He said he saw the person. Nothing caught his attention because nothing was memorable. There's no talk of a disguise. Glasses, nothing. It's bland. Nothing was memorable. Take a look. Oh, hang on.
Here's where they lose me on this. Okay, this is in front of 1405 Wintergreen. I'm going to pause it. Do you remember Telly's on the stand when they asked him about Wintergreen? He's like, I really have no idea. I don't remember any of the street names. He knows his case file backwards and forwards. He represented himself for quite some time during the course of this case. The fact that he said on the stand that he does not recall the street name Wintergreen makes me, that's the thing that goes, I mean, in addition to all the other things he may have lied about, the jury might be like, yeah, he said he doesn't remember Wintergreen, so he's lying. I don't know. This is odd.
That's Mr. Martinez that I had discussed.
That was the sewer worker who he passed on the
Look at this
street.
image. Look at the profile.
Is that the orange shirt? Hair,
Hair.
seat back, hood? I don't know.
We have 2 captures from 2 different angles. The profile does not match the profile of Mr. Tellis.
People are, Chastity,
And they're
Tristity says,
consistent.
if you zoom in, it's a shadow.
It's not open to dispute. You know, you've heard testimony, and you heard it primarily through Mr. Tellis. You heard it from Nicole Lofton. Mr. Tellis was fairly concerned about the goings-on with Compass Realty in relation to errors, in relation to the trampling upon the legacy of errors by the mismanagement of the properties that were left through intestacy. I would submit to you that Detective Jappy inserted himself into the murder investigation. And again, I want to draw, a couple of arguments from this Compass Realty testimony. I mean, we know that Mr. Tellis was very concerned about Compass Realty. He was the whistleblower. He was concerned about the actions of Compass Realty. You know, during the 2 years that he's in custody, I mean, what would a man do? He's fixated on that. He's ruminating on that. I would submit to you that common sense would dictate, and your experience would dictate, well, he's going to focus on the involvement of individuals who he was focused on prior to his being arrested. I mean, really, what are his alternatives? And again, this goes back to the burden on the state and not the defense. What can you really do when he's locked up? He's going to focus on Compass Realty. It's easy to dismiss him as being crazy. Oh, that's Looney Tunes. But hey, he's been in custody for 2 years. He's worried about Compass Realty.
Notice how he's not agreeing with his conspiracy theory about Compass Realty framing him. He's excusing his testimony by saying, listen, he's been incarcerated for 2 years. His mind is going to jump all around to conclusions, and he's going to, start thinking about things and ruminating on things. And that's why he told you that he thinks he's being framed by Compass Realty. But his defense attorney is very smart, and he's not submitting it to the jury as truth. Listen.
Prior to his being arrested. I mean, really, what are his alternatives? And again, this goes back to the burden on the state and not the defense. What can you really do when he's locked up? He's going to focus on Compass Realty. It's easy to dismiss him as being crazy. Oh, that's Looney Tunes. But hey, he's been in custody for 2 years. He was worried about Compass Realty prior to being incarcerated. He was worried about the goings on with the old guard, about his work at the public administrator's office for financial reasons. He testified concerning, and you've heard testimony supporting that. Why wouldn't he continue worrying about that? Why wouldn't he keep thinking, well, I'm being framed, I'm being charged with a murder that I don't think I committed, I didn't commit. He's going to focus on what he was focusing on before he was arrested. We heard testimony from Detective Gaddis. Do you recall the exhibits, the information that was presented about the release on September 5th? The video release of that individual walking. They started getting tips. Do you recall the email that was in her 70-page officer's report where she had communicated with Detective Jappy predating that? The first communication that we have on record and that's referenced is September 4th. Detective Jappy, when asked, did you incriminate him? Did you give him, did you give her evidence implicating him in this crime? And he said, I gave her information. But then we heard from Detective Gaddis that she had a communication with him again on September 5th. And again, she was given motive. In Detective Jappy's mind, she was given motive to focus on that man and his alleged motive to kill Mr. Gehrman. So he wouldn't agree from the stand that he implicated Mr. Tellis, but to call a detective or to email a detective on September 4th, and then again on September 5th and say, look at this guy. He's got a motive to kill. How could it be anything but an implication? You heard crime scene investigator Baxter. Her testimony concerned the the goings on at the public administrator's office during the execution of a warrant on September 8th, 2022. Her testimony, and it was adopted by Detective Gaddis, she stated Mr. Jappy, she said Detective Jappy, was taking his own photos and collecting his own evidence during the search warrant at the public administrator's office on September 8th. And it wasn't a mistake because it was asked to her on cross and it was confirmed what she had said before you, the sole judge of the fact, by Detective Gaddis, the primary detective concerning this homicide investigation. We had heard testimony that Mr. Tellis, as a result of the warrant obtained by Detective Jappy on August 17th, 2022, that man was under surveillance. It appears until Detective Jappy inserted himself into this investigation, we had dual investigations, a short one and a much longer one concerning Robert Tellis. We know from Detective Jappy's testimony that he was exonerated. There wasn't this kickback scheme. He had been implicated by an agent who was a real estate agent who was a detective at the time. That provided to Detective Jappy in part the probable cause to get that warrant. So we have a member of Metro giving another member of Metro evidence, testimony, opinions about a kickback scheme implicating Robert Tellis.
Can we talk about SWAT Daddy?
We also had heard through testimony that Compass had a direct line into the public administration office. And again, I discussed Mr. Tellis as being incarcerated because I would submit to you it's understandable why he believes there's this wide-reaching conspiracy. What other options does he have in his circumstances, under these circumstances? We do know that the district attorney's office refused to pursue action against Compass Realty. And again, I'd submit to you that that's significant.
Look at the PowerPoint slide. It says Robert Tellis is not guilty, all in caps. Therefore, please believe it. Here's a little subliminal message for you jurors. Please remember this when you go into the, you are feeling sleepy.
You know, the purpose of closing argument is for counsel to stand before you and highlight the evidence that's been presented to you. I'm not going to stand here and go through every witness, discuss every piece of evidence and all the testimony because you have been here.
Probably a good idea.
You have been attentive and you are
Good choice.
fulfilling your duties. You're being good jurors. But again, my job is to argue the law and, in essence, the facts to you and what we feel is significant. As I said at the beginning of my remarks, it's the state's burden and the state's burden alone to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. This is our last opportunity to discuss matters and discuss the evidence and the inferences to be drawn from the evidence. Mr. Hamner now is going to take the floor and he's going to argue concerning matters that I perhaps didn't bring up.
Rebuttal.
Address those on your own. Look at the evidence. You've got over 36 exhibits that were marked and admitted through the defense in this case. Watch the videos. Look at the drive concerning those images of that gentleman with hair, which Mr. Tellis does not have. But since the state carries the burden and the state alone, they get the opportunity to get 2 bites of the proverbial apple.
The proverbial apple.
Mr. Hamner now can stand and argue why you should convict Mr. Tellis.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask you with your open minds and your attentiveness to address those concerns. And at the close of this process, you find Mr. Tellis not guilty.
All right. Well, I mean, look, he did a good job with what he had.
Mr. Hamner, you need to give me a rebuttal?
Rebuttal.
Sure.
We're going to get a rebuttal. We're going to get a rebuttal. We're a little behind, so we can FF, as it were, a little bit. According to my old Panasonic tabletop tape recorder, the FF, the REW, if you know, you know. You had to press play and record at the same time to record a song when it came on the radio to make a mixtape. Setting up the overhead projector. He doesn't have a tech guy. He doesn't have the AV squad. He's got to do it himself. He's setting up the speakers. Okay, gives us a time to catch up in real time. I like the judge's glasses today.
It's quite the setup.
Quite the setup. What's he going to do? Is he going to do some fancy DJ type stuff? All right, here we go.
Well, it's been 2 weeks. You guys have heard a lot of evidence. We thank you for your patience, and I will try to be as brief as I can. But as you've seen, with witness after witness after witness, the evidence is absolutely clear. The defendant murdered Jeff German. He murdered him because Jeff's writing destroyed his career. It destroyed his reputation. It threatened probably his marriage, exposed things that even he admitted he did not want the public to know. And he did it because Jeff wasn't done writing. He was informed on August 8th that a records request was being made by Mr. German long after he had lost the race, well into his lame duck remaining administration as a PA.
We flinched when he said lame duck.
He learns that Jeff wants to write more. And when he learns about the subject of it, it's not about him and Alicia. It's not about him and Rita. It's not about anybody except him and Roberta. And what you see unfolds over the course of a month. We learn from his phone expert that he shut off all location data, even though that phone, as we learned from his expert, 13 years of location data magically disappears for the month of August.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because he's a
Because of
techie.
the August 8th email. He's over it. He's building a reconnaissance case. He starts to go on to Google Maps. He starts doing surveillance at Popeyes. He's using the power of his office and their computer software to find private details about Jeff, so it can culminate in murdering him. And that's what he does. But as I've told many, many juries, especially in the last few years, it is really, really hard to plan the perfect murder in the digital age because you leave too many breadcrumbs behind. And he's no dummy. He's actually quite smart. He is thoughtful. But you will see during this rebuttal, there are mistakes that he makes. And there are things that he simply cannot account for, that when a police starts to look into an investigation and deploys the tools that the police have at their disposal, it uncovers the inconsistencies. It uncovers his mistakes. But I got to start with what he got up and told us about, the alleged conspiracy.
Mm-hmm. Hamner can talk about it. Look at his face.
Mr. Tellis got
He's
up
laughing.
here over the course of, I think it was 3 days, and testified. It was remarkable what he had to say, and not in a good way. His testimony was incredible, and not in a good way. He explained, or at least attempted to explain, this conspiracy.
Ooh, if looks could kill, they probably will. Look at
What
look at Tellis now. He just said his testimony is incredible and not in a good way. Look at the anger on Telly's face. Oh, boss baby's getting upset.
Learned over the course of the 3 days, and actually the course of this trial over 3 weeks, is the conspiracy grew, and it grew, and it grew. Who's exactly in it? It starts with Compass, nebulously Compass Realty.
Went a little out of focus
that Adam
there.
Fenn can't be ruled out, right? Because he makes donations to Rita Reed. Cyndi Sauerland gets mentioned at one point. In some of those briefings, you'll see her name is mentioned. She's a source of consternation for the defendant. It expands to the old guard, as they coined that phrase. Rita Reed, Alicia Goodwin are all part of this, right? The conspiracy, and let's remember, it's a conspiracy to murder Jeff German. We then learn it expands to Derek Jappy. He's in on it as well. When he testified, he's not really able to link up why Derek Jappy would want to help Rita Reed or Alicia Goodwin or Compass Realty or Adam Fenner, Cindy Sauerland. That testimony is lacking. A lot of times when I pressed him, and I pressed him, and I'm going to explain to you one of the reasons why I cross-examined him so hard.
And I pressed him. We were there for every delicious moment. That was the best day of this trial. I think it was day 7. We laughed all afternoon together. It was so necessary and so delicious, every minute of it.
When you stand on the stand under oath and you make allegations about businesses in our community, government service workers, and the police department, we deserve answers. I genuinely wanted to know, how is all this connecting? Explain it to me. And respectfully, Mr. Tellis absolutely failed in doing so. It didn't make sense. And that is one of your instructions, which is to use your common sense. It's got to make sense. And it actually has to link up with evidence. But a lot of times, the most common answer I would get back from Mr. Tellis was simply, well, no, I never saw Jappy take a bribe, but I think that. It was a lot of times it's like, that's just my gut feeling. That's my opinion. That's not evidence. That is not evidence. But yet, it was Mr. Tellis's answer for almost everything when it came to this conspiracy. But let's continue. It stretches out to include Cliff Mogg, Justine Gaddis, the entire DNA lab. He said there were also patrol officers in it. I asked him which patrol. I don't know which ones. And then it literally culminates with Steve Wolfson, like the DA. It culminated with him.
Like the
you can't quite link it up, but he threw that name out there. And here's the thing that struck me when I took over this case. I would submit to most people, probably before ever hearing about this case, had no idea what a public administrator was.
It's true. Well,
he is not a U.S. senator. He is not a governor. He is not a congressperson. Oh. He is a duly elected official who manages an office of approximately 8 people. And their job is to assist people who pass away, who don't leave a will and leave property behind.
Well, it's to help the estate, not the
public
person.
Administrator's office is not at the forefront of everyone's mind in this community. No one learns about this until who brings the office to light? Jeff German.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and now he's dissing his prior position. That's not going to make Boss Baby happy either. And this could be the linchpin here. This could be the death knell. These faces that he's making at the jury. The jury's watching him, I'm sure, intently. And these faces that he's making could, if everything else didn't convict him, it could add to the possibility of a conviction here, because public administrator is kind of a low-level political position. And now that he's pointing it out, he's not going to like it so much. Because again, this goes to Boss Baby's ego, and we've seen his ego throughout the course of this trial.
And what's amazing is if you believe that story about this conspiracy, all of these people and all of these entities were willing to sacrifice their reputation, their business, their police department, even the public administrator's office. They're all willing to put it on the line to kill a reporter, to get that guy, even though he's leaving in 3 months.
That guy.
Does that make a shred of sense?
That lame duck.
Absolutely not. But what it does give you a window into is what's in his mind. That is how important Mr. Tellis views himself.
He's going like this now.
That every single one of these people, every single one of these entities were literally willing to kill another human being who is not him just to frame him. Does that make sense? And more importantly, where is the evidence to support that? Where is the evidence that you received in this trial that supports that? And the answer is you didn't. There isn't any evidence of that. Why would Compass conspire to frame him? Why? I asked him. I wanted to know. He couldn't give a good answer.
Look at his face now.
His
Wait,
best
what?
answer was,
He's like, yes, I did. Yes, I did. I did give a good answer. What are you talking about? Don't mischaracterize my testimony like that.
to know. He couldn't give a good answer. His best answer was, well, I was going to do a lot of work in the next 3 weeks or next 3 months. Has anyone ever heard of any sort of legal filings, lawsuits getting settled up in a brief, tidy 3 months? That's not a thing. That didn't happen. That doesn't happen. There was no need to frame him because they already succeeded getting him voted out of office. And all they had to do was donate a whopping, I guess, 15 grand at best to get him out of office. They didn't need to kill him. He was on his way out the door. He is a lame duck.
Ooh.
And lame ducks don't matter.
He's poking the boss baby.
What incentive does Metro have in this conspiracy with a real estate company to frame a lame duck? That's an even bigger one. Why would they do that?
He's trying so hard not to laugh.
What did we hear that would show us that Compass is like, hey, guess what? Hey, Metro Homicide, we need you to join us to go frame this outgoing politician. I mean, we killed the reporter. That's not important. But I want you to join us in this, and let's go frame this guy. And all of Metro's like, sign me up. Sounds great. Does that make any sense? Absolutely not. It makes no sense. And it's not supported by the evidence. And again, if Compass is literally willing to kill, why not just kill him? Just kill him. Why does Jeff have to suffer?
Yep.
It makes no sense. And it gets even worse. Well, before we get to that, here's the thing. When we go back, when you think about the Compass question, right? Isn't Compass in cahoots with Rita Reid and Alicia Goodwin, right? They're funding Alicia Goodwin, right? Or no, Rita Reid. They're funding her campaign against them. And who do they get to help write the story? Jeff Gehrman. Like, why would they kill the guy who wrote the stories that got this guy out of office? Why would Compass do that? That doesn't make sense. And then, yeah, if it's really a frame job, the murder weapon should have been in the house. The orange shirt should have been in the house. The DNA should have been all over the place. Like they're claiming, well, why weren't these things located? The state would submit to you, he got rid of them. He got rid of the murder weapon and the orange shirt. He cleaned the outside of his Yukon. He even admitted it. And here's the thing. We only know that he wiped down his Yukon because on that one particular day, he was being watched. He wasn't watched every single day after the murder by Metro. Did you hear that testimony? There were other days he could have wiped the interior of his car if he wished. And I've always thought about the shoes. Like the shoes to me was kind of an interesting one. My co-counsel's right. Like the only one who benefits of like chopping up the shoes is Mr. Tellis. It's this awkward amateurish way of getting kind of rid of the evidence. But I thought to myself, maybe.
Oh, he just called him awkward and amateurish. Look at his face now.
Maybe Mr. Tellis didn't even think to like bring an extra pair of shoes. Because like what happens if he walks in and he's totally barefoot? His wife would be like, why do you have no shoes on? He probably had to bring his shoes back in. He doesn't need the orange shirt. He doesn't need the murder weapon. It is his kid's bag. Right?
Oh,
and he said those were that's my kid's sports bag. So like you probably need to bring that back. Not sure what he was doing with the hat, I'll admit. But clearly he's chopping it up to try to get rid of it, just like his shoes.
Too stupid to bring another pair of shoes.
Why kill Jeff? Like this is the question that is so destructive to this defense. It's his writing that shines a light on his behavior. He is sought out by the co-conspirators. to do this. And he admitted on the stand, one of the rare times he admits it, he admitted, yeah, his writing was the difference in the election. That's why I lost. I got that out of him. He was at least willing to concede that. But for Jeff German, he's still a public administrator. His writing is why the defendant is out of the job. And therefore, under this theory, he's got to be the one who's killed. That's his reward. He's collateral damage. Like, really? Rita and Alicia are like, sorry, Jeff, you've got to go. It's been really nice. Thanks for the help, but you're out now. We got to clean up loose. I mean, is that really what's being suggested here? And the answer is that is what he suggested. But it defies common sense, and it's not supported by the evidence. And here's the other thing. Jeff's putting together a fifth article. And now what we can tell from the records, it's just about Roberta and him. It's the salacious stuff.
Uh-oh.
So who in this realm, if you think about everyone in the conspiracy and you think about Mr. Tellis, who is the one that wouldn't want another article written about him engaging in an affair? You think Derek Jappy cares? Cliff Mogg? Adam Fenn? No, it's him. He's the only one that would have a stake in making sure that article never got written. No one in the conspiracy would want to prevent that coming out, especially not the Rita Reeds and the Alicia Goodwins. If they want that exposed, I mean, they went to have that exposed. They wouldn't want that being not put out. And I'm sure Compass Realty wouldn't either. I'm sure they would have wanted him discredited. Like, another article would in theory be great. They wouldn't have killed him. And then we have his walk.
Oh, no. Look, he's getting mad. Don't talk about my walk.
Like, he's got a little hitch in his getup where he kind of leans to this one side.
Here's the side by side. If you're
You
not
can
looking at
kinda
the
see
screen, come back to the screen for a second, because this is good how they put the side by side walk, the walk of him doing the walk down the hall in his office and the walk of the video of the surveillance video. Watch.
Like, he's got a little hitch in his getup where he kind of leans to this one side. You can kind of see it. There's something that is about his little walk. And
His
look,
face.
you don't have to take my word for it. You can evaluate whether you think what Zach and Christy had to say about it. They've hung out with him. They've walked with him. They thought.
Boss Baby just sucked on a lemon.
And think about how they saw it. They were like, man, they kind of knew the background between Gehrman and Tellis, and they were like, wouldn't that be funny if that was him? He's got those same goofy gray shoes. Like, that was the thing.
Goofy.
Like, they noticed the shoes, which I think is really interesting, you know? But they don't act on it at first. But it's only when they see the Yukon that they kind of flip out and they're like, well, we probably should call on this. The only other person who came and said that wasn't him is Nicole. And listen, you'll have all of Nicole's text. The state would submit to you that, look, there is no doubt she has a kinship to Mr. Tellis. You can see it in the text messages. You can see it. You can go read through them. The state would submit she has a bias. And, like, she cares about him. And I think he was probably good to her in the office, which is understandable. But look, you can judge it on your own. You can judge the testimony of those other people. You can make that call for yourself. But I would submit to you, when you look at this, think about all the other evidence in the case. Think about all the other evidence, the motive, the physical things found in his house, his DNA underneath the nails. When looking at this and being like, is that him? And the state would submit to you, when you put all that together and you watch this video, absolutely, it's him. Professional killer versus amateur killer. Mr. Tellis would like you to believe that this was an assassin.
He did say
Combat
that.
training.
I can't
the
imagine
state would
myself.
submit to you, you don't need combat training to stab people. You don't have to go to knife school. You don't have to do that. If you're angry.
Knife school has entered the chat. Look at Boss Baby's face. Freeze game on point. You don't have to go to knife school to stab somebody. Fantastic.
Enough, you can stab people pretty good. If you got enough hate in your heart, you can really go at people. And I would submit to you, the state would submit to you, that Mr. Tellis had enough of being exposed, written about, publicized, embarrassed, and he wasn't going to have it done again. Because at this point, the state would submit, Gehrman had taken everything from him. Everything. Everything that he worked for. He worked his way up through law school. He had got himself elected, and this guy took it all from him. And so he wanted to take something from Jeff, and that was his life. Professional assassins don't use their personal vehicles. They don't use their personal phones or work computers to conduct reconnaissance. They don't wear attention-grabbing outfits. They don't flee the scene and then double back to pull right up to a murder scene to look for possibly dropped evidence. And they don't leave items of clothing or apparel they use in the murder inside their own house. Professionals don't do that. The state would submit to you that what this was an amateur attempt by Mr. Tellis to pull off this killing. But here's the thing. It is thoughtful. It is deliberate. He really did a thoughtful job about it. I give him credit.
Well, let's see if his demeanor changes
But
now.
in the world of the digital age, we leave behind too many breadcrumbs. And when you're not a professional and you are an amateur, you tend to make mistakes. And that's what he did. For example, really smart idea. He knew about IDI Core. Hey, I've got a really easy way to look up personal identifying information on people. I'll use my work computer. But what does he not realize? That we can, as the police, download the computer and literally see your keystrokes. How could he have known that? He wouldn't. It's an oversight. It's a mistake. It's a slip. And it's evidence that we collect against him. What else? He does the Google Maps surveillance. Really clever. What an easy way. You don't even have to go to the neighborhood. Just pull it up on your Google Maps. He does the Popeyes surveillance. He takes the photos off his work computer, right? But he forgets to delete his cache files. And let's just make this clear once and for all. Matt Hovanetz told us what? He said that these are not created photos. They would say created in a date and a time and you'd have it. Those don't exist on the phone. I wonder why that is. Why do you think there aren't all those images? Forget the Google Maps surveillance, right? Those are probably images that the program pulls up. Sometimes it's referred to as tiling. But like the Popeyes photos, which are coming from the phone, and the one from the work computer, why don't we have any created photos? The state would submit to you that Mr. Tellis, being the smart guy that he is, the techie, as he described himself, deleted them out of his photo album. But the problem is, he didn't delete his cache. And we learned from Matt Hovanetz that the caching of photos is what happens with the example that we heard was, say you want to send an email and the computer will shrink down the actual image to get down data size lower so it can go out. He didn't delete the cache. He deleted the actual photo, but not the cache. And so those dates tell us that essentially in the month of October, he is doing all of these things. He tried to get rid of it. He couldn't get rid of all of it because he's an amateur.
He's an amateur.
He conducts reconnaissance in August, but doesn't realize that the police are going to acquire the 8/8 email about the public records request, right? Like, did he really? Maybe he probably didn't realize that we would go to the PA's office and say, hey, we want what communications are out there, and we get the email. Now we understand the significance of why these things are all happening in August, because we get the email. You didn't account for that. Here's another thing. He shut off all his location services in August, but doesn't realize it's going to stick out like a sore thumb during a location services analysis. And here's the crazy part. His expert gave it to us.
Yeah.
His expert said, I have 13 years of location data on this phone, but for the month of August, it's a 0. It's a bagel.
Bagel?
Why that month?
A bagel?
Because
wait a minute.
It's when he's playing.
Do not say something derogatory about the bagel. The bagel is the perfect food. The New York bagels only. Try and get a bagel anywhere outside of New York. It's just not the same. Bagel 0. Never heard that before.
That month. Because it's right. It's when he's planning the killing. He knows he's going to those spots. He doesn't want to be tracked. He's no dummy. He's smart. But the problem is that is an electronic breadcrumb.
Oh, he's tying in the bagel.
Month no location data at all
Bagel crumb.
for
She said bagel.
anywhere that he traveled. That was the testimony of his witness. And he didn't claim that that information was hacked or compromised. What else? He decides to wear gray Nikes, but forgets to delete the shoes off his phone. And then he fails to get rid of the shoes in time by the time the cops do the search at his house. Maybe life just kind of gets in the way, right? He's maybe doing it late at night when the kids are asleep and his wife's, doing a little, I don't know where he's planning on sprinkling the bits of the shoe, but like clearly he wants to do that to shrink it and maybe it's harder to find.
He's gonna sprinkle.
He's putting it in a place that only he would find it, like underneath the recliner. And like,
That reminds me of the sprinkled taillight, sprinkled shoe, sprinkled tail. A lot of parallels between this case and the Karen Reed case. Like the way the way that the defense attorney said that Detective Jappy was inserting himself into the investigation. Like who? Do you remember who inserted themselves into the Karen Reed investigation?
he can't account for like the one random photo where like his murdering shoes are right there when he's out rock climbing. Like, he can't plan for that. And all the hundreds or thousands of images are there. He can't plan for that. Creates the disguise of the construction worker, but doesn't account potentially for an interaction. And then again, he leaves his phone at home, which is smart, right? So we don't see the movement of the phone kind of going with the Yukon, right? But the problem is that when you go radio silence for like 5 hours and you start ignoring your wife's calls and texts, that's a problem.
Yeah, it's a problem.
And then, great example. He gets up here and he tells us the whole story about the chicken fried rice.
Yeah.
He was so happy to share that story. I was making my daughter lunch because she doesn't eat the school lunches, and I cut the tip off and I started bleeding. So I went and got the super glue and I cut it and it got blood. And so that's why the DNA, that's the one time he was fine with DNA. But like, he doesn't realize that all we have to do is start checking it. Is there a Google recipe for chicken fried rice on your phone? And there wasn't, because that's what he said he was doing. He didn't just say I was making a meal. He specified how he was doing it. He was like using a recipe, and that's the most logical place he would do it. People are not bringing their desktop computers and putting it in their kitchen when they're cooking fried rice. Like, that's not how that's going down. Like, he was, if that their story was true, and we would submit it as not, because it's not there in the phone, he probably would have sat there with his phone on the counter, hit the YouTube or the Google recipe, and then he's working. So it should be there, but it's not, because that was something used to explain why in the world would my DNA be on the scissors. Again, another example. He goes to great lengths to park down the street. And then it all goes down the drain when he leaves because he realizes, oh, I probably forgot something. So he wheels back and parks right in front of the house. That's a huge mistake. It's an amateur mistake. Here's another one, and I just noticed it while watching it. He left the garage door open. If you watch the video after he does the killing and walks away, the garage door is totally open. And then when he drives back and he gets out, he has two opportunities to close the door. What did we learn about what prompts the neighbors to worry about Jeff? It's the garage door. The hitman, the assassin shuts that garage door, but not an amateur like Mr. Tellis, because in the panic of the moment, he's just like, I got to get out of here as quickly as possible. It's a slip. It's a small slip, but it's reflective of who we're dealing with. And then he forgets to get rid of the hat. He forgets to get rid of the bag. He forgets to wipe his phone entirely. Next time, factory reset. Full factory reset.
Ooh, he's so mad now. Look at him. He's scrunching up his eyes a second. Look, oof. All the mistakes. He's talking about all the mistakes he made, and his face is on point. Boss baby.
His phone entirely. Next time, factory reset. Full factory reset. Hopefully that'll clear it all. Probably be up in the cloud. But the point is, he doesn't do the things he needs to do. They're amateur mistakes. It happens. But that's why it's hard to pull off the perfect murder in the digital age. And about that gray bag, the defendant told us on the stand he'd like to think he wouldn't have removed his children's basketball and football to use it in a murder. Remember that? And there's the bag. And there's the bag. And there it is. And the defense in his closing arguments claimed said, we submit that there's sawdust inside the bag.
Yeah, where's the sawdust?
Well, let's take a closer look at the sawdust. See that bag? Let's take a closer look. Remember the big sun hat?
Oh, yes. It's
Is that
straw.
sawdust?
What? Oh my God.
Yep.
This is brilliant. This is brilliant. And remember, he needed a couple of minutes before he came back for his rebuttal because I'm sure he didn't know that they were going to close on the sawdust, right? So he went and took the time perhaps to zoom into this picture of the bag and look at that. It looks like pieces of the straw hat, not sawdust. Genius. Genius.
Doesn't look like little chopped up little bits. Looks more longer and rectangular and flat. Here's the hat.
Oh, yes.
Here are those bits, long and rectangular.
Bits
Dave
of
will submit
hat.
to you, he put his chopped up hat in that bag and then transferred the bag into the Sprouts bag, put the basketball and the football back inside. That is not sawdust.
Game on.
I want to touch on some things that were brought up in closing argument. That Garen's DNA is the only one at the scene. Well, our response is, well, his DNA is underneath Garen's nails. So that's a huge problem. Not in his vehicle or in his clothing. He got rid of his clothing. We'd submit he cleaned his car. He also wasn't surveilled 24 hours a day. There was no positive ID from him at the scene. And that is correct. And listen, that's why we have this instruction about direct and circumstantial evidence.
Hold on. Genius.
in the back-
Also, genius. He must have been typing this up during the defense closing. He was making this PowerPoint slide during defense's closing because this is entitled defense closing argument. He doesn't know what they're going to argue. And so this is what a rebuttal is supposed to be, you guys. This is what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to address the defense's closing, not bring in a whole bunch of other missagosh like they did in the Ashley Benefield rebuttal of the evil stepsisters. This is what it's supposed to be. He was typing up this slide at his laptop at the prosecutor's table during the defense closing. Genius.
The law doesn't make a difference between the two. You can weigh it as you wish. Some cases have incredibly powerful examples of circumstantial evidence. Sometimes you've got a combination of both. Sometimes it's all direct. But there's tons of direct evidence, like him in the Yukon, like that's to be tracked from literally silk tassel all the way to his house and then all the way back is incredible. You heard about how many officers it took to track and go business to business to business to business. That's direct evidence. You've got the circumstantial evidence of his DNA. You've got the shoes with his DNA in it that's chopped up. You've got the hat. You have the surveillance in the phone. You have the whole motive laid out from the articles. I mean, okay, you're right. We didn't have one person standing out going, I watched Mr. Tellis stab Mr. Gehrman. You're right. But we got a whole lot of other evidence. There's no surveillance of Tellis exiting his home. You've heard testimony about it repeatedly. There wasn't cameras in the area. We just have surveillance of the street that's perpendicular to his driveway. And I thought I had pulled up, maybe I didn't. I apologize. I tried to put the image of that, but I want to address that. It might be still in here. Go back and check the map. Because the way it actually works is Piggott Elementary, when he's coming in and out in his red Yukon and going to the gym in his BMW at the end, the street that comes down perpendicularly to turn out along the Piggott Elementary, that street is Silk Tassel. And when you look at a map, if you follow Silk Tassel, it perpendicularly, it runs into his driveway. Like all he has to do is like drive out of his driveway and he's already on Silk Tassel. So you're right. Like we don't have him getting out of his car from his driveway, but we literally have the only street he needs to take to get to Piggott Elementary. It is not streets and streets and streets. It's the street before his driveway. There's the argument, well, Metro makes mistakes. There's that deletion of a traffic. Well, as I've just pointed out, Tellis made a ton of mistakes himself. So we will own that on one traffic stop, we didn't mark a proper event number. And you can give it whatever weight you want.
That's good. Own it. Own the
Tellis
mistake.
cutting himself while cooking.
Genius.
Again, we've talked about the chicken fried rice thing. That's not backed up. Wouldn't there be blood from the cut? Not necessarily. What if he had gloves on and he's kind of cutting his tip? It may not be pouring everywhere. And again, look at that scene. The majority of the blood of Mr. Gehrman is actually just kind of pooling from where he's resting. It's not splattered all over the house walls. It's not that type of scene. I mean, Gehrman's shoes are such a good example of that. Like, he's the guy who gets killed. He's the one stabbed 11 times, and his shoes are relatively clean. And he's not doing a lot of walking. A lack of responses to junk messages. That's true, but there are work messages he's not responding to, and his wife is reaching out to him, and he ain't responding for hours. That's a problem. That's a problem for him. Especially, go look at, when you're not in the murder window, go look at the communications. So like when his daughter reaches out to him in the morning, he responds like that.
The murder window.
No issue. Like at 3 o'clock or so, or 2:30, when Tonya, his ex-wife, responds with a question about the kids, he responds immediately. And what did he tell us on the stand? What did he tell us on the stand about being at Summerlin Area Command? What was his big worry? My family doesn't know where I am. I was so worried about being detained there because I couldn't reach out to my family, because that was the most important thing. And what do we know on the day of the murder in the murder window? His wife wants to know where he is, and he's not telling her.
That's right. Remember when they put him in that paper outfit and it was so cold and he was so cold and it was so horrible for him and they wouldn't even let him call his wife? But he didn't respond to his wife. That's a great point. Great point. Another point for Hamner.
That is significant, because his pattern is, when you look outside the murder window, he promptly responds to family members about family matters.
Mm-hmm.
But he goes silent with his wife when he's literally in Mr. Gehrman's neighborhood.
Casper ghosted her. You heard it here
And another
first.
thing, remember his face when I showed him the Apple photo for the first time? If anybody remembers, store that one away. Because he was very comfortable on direct talking about the timeline. And he had his story all lined up. And when I showed him the photo, that the message that wasn't there, that face really changed. And you can weigh that when evaluating his credibility.
Remember Tellis's face when he
for this.
remember Tellis's face when he saw the Apple Watch. Remember Tellis's face throughout this entire closing, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
And then there was the argument about DFL analyst Hovannes couldn't say one way or another if it was deleted. Well, you're right. He's like, I can't definitively say it. What he does say is, I can see from the photos the message is there. I can see in the timeline it's not there. Sometimes there are situations where people delete things deliberately and it's marked as deleted, so it'll appear in an extraction report. But sometimes people delete messages and it's not. But he can't definitively say for certain. So I would submit this to you, ladies and gentlemen.
You hear that, Jennifer McCabe? You hear that? Sometimes you can delete things and they won't even find out that they're deleted. You hear that, Jennifer McCabe?
All the surrounding evidence in the case. And then you can reach a conclusion about this. Because, ladies and gentlemen, circumstantial evidence is a chain of facts that lead you ultimately to a conclusion. It's like connecting the dots. And so if you're wondering about this, look at the phone evidence. Look at the motive. Look at the physical evidence in his house. Look at the timeline of when he's gone. Look at when the Yukon is where it is in relation to just nothing is going out on this phone. And then you decide, you can make a call about whether, and his manner on the stand, listen to him testify, and then you can decide whether he actually deleted that message. And I'm going to get to the significance of why maybe that message was deleted in a bit. And again, claims Hovannes couldn't tell you the cache date on the phone. The state would submit, and you can check your notes, that's not his testimony. He never said, I can't tell you the cache date. He said, I couldn't tell you the creation date. He said, the cache date is something different. That's what the report is showing me. That's the last time this image interacted with the phone. So that's the time that those smaller images are interacting with those phones, all those dates in August. not bagging the hand. And that was an argument being made. Like, no one could tell us exactly who. So I would say, what means what? Has there been testimony that the DNA evidence was compromised? There was no evidence of that. What is being asked of you? You're being asked to speculate. And you have an instruction on reasonable doubt. And reasonable doubt must be actual, not mere possibility or speculation. Speculation doesn't get you there. It's improper to speculate. Ah, here it is. I knew I didn't forget it.
Look at this.
Away from his home. That's not correct. That's his house. This is
If
the
you
road.
can't see the slide, it says defense closing argument, and then it says streets away from his home in quotes, and then it says in all caps, not quite.
When you're watching that Yukon come in and out, and his BMW coming out, this is what you're seeing. So you're right. We didn't get any homes in this area with camera footage. But we got about 5 miles worth other than that. There was an argument that doesn't make any sense that there aren't any other cameras in the neighborhood. And my response would be, did you see Mog's presentation? Does this appear to be a case of Metro's not interested in collecting video? There's like 28 sources.
Yeah.
The state would submit to you, if there was a camera that was working, that was closer to his house, they would have gotten it, and we would have wanted it. And then there was the video that they showed of this other car, right, with someone presumably with hair and glasses. The state would encourage you, by all means, go compare it to the rest of the videos. Compare it to the rest of the videos. And compare it with all the other evidence, and then you get to weigh it. Because we did hear from Mr. Martinez. What did he also say was going on in that neighborhood? There was a 7-day-a-week, 24-hour construction project where they're repairing a sewer line. I asked Mr. Martinez, what did you guys wear? We wore orange things, right?
Yep.
And in that video of that car, there's someone in an orange thing. Is it possible that that's one of the workers from the sewage project? He seemed to be coming down the road in that first video. He's coming from the road where Mr. Martinez said he was waving people off. Remember? Martinez said, I saw that when we saw the first video, right, of the car approaching and the white truck pulls up, he said he was going out there to tell that person, you can't come down this other way. And the video that the defense shows you shows a car coming from that other way. And if we marry the testimony of Mr. Martinez, the state would submit that's the construction area. In all likelihood, that's just another worker. But you get to weigh it. You get to weigh it with everything else. Then there's this argument about Jappy mysteriously inserting himself in the homicide event. Really? Is that the testimony? Detective Jappy told us that he had to attend the Metro briefing that night. Why? It makes sense. He's literally a detective that's working on an investigation on him. Does it make sense that Metro would want all people maybe involved or some kind of connection? Absolutely. But did you really hear a situation where he was injecting himself into Justine Gaddis's investigation? The answer is no. Detective Gaddis talked about contacting him from time to time, and when contacted, he either met the person or responded, but there really isn't any evidence of him interfering with an investigation. And then here's the other thing. There's testimony from a CSA saying he was taking his own photos and collecting his own evidence. What is the significance of this? We do know from Detective Jappy, he is conducting 2 investigations at that time for Compass and Telus. It goes on until January of 2023. So is it possible he is collecting information tying to one of those? It's possible. But the better question is this. What evidence do we have that Jappy's presence being there compromised any CSA's collection of the information they needed to get? Did you hear a CSA say, like, he didn't let me pick up that computer that I needed to take? He didn't let me take Roberta's computer. Did you hear anything like that? That he was some sort of obstacle from the CSAs doing their work in the PA's office? The answer is no. So what is the point of bringing this up? It is an argument or suggestion asking you to speculate because there isn't any evidence that he interfered with their collecting of evidence at the PA's office. It's not there. And then the DA didn't pursue charges, and I would submit that was significant. That's what he said. respectfully, the defense doesn't expound upon the significance. He just said it was significant, but doesn't expound why. Why is that significant? He never explains it. It just stops. And the state would submit to you, the testimony of Derek Chappie is really significant because Mr. Tellis would have you believe that like he's being framed by Derek Chappie and his complaints about Compass are not being taken seriously. And he got up on the stand and Derek Chappie told you the exact opposite. He exonerated Mr. Tellis from what he was hearing from Reader Reed and people in the PA. He exonerated him. But he's supposed to be the head co-conspirator for Metro. Why would he exonerate him? And then he did go to the DA's office and said, I think we should pursue charges against Compass, and was told, listen, due to this loophole, it's not going to work. Like you have inconsistent information about what these people are notified or not. And the court records do show that, Cindy Sauerland is identifying, when they want to file on this case or, notify next kin. Like there's records that match up. So even it's just like, it's literally the exact opposite of what Mr. Tellis wanted to have uncovered by Chappie.
I think he's going on a little too long.
I mean, if he really was out to get him, like he should have just stopped when the arrest was made and we could be done. But that's not what he does. So I want to get to the defendant's testimony. There's a credibility instruction.
Yeah.
You were instructed that you need to consider witnesses, and since he testified, he's a witness, consider his manner upon the stand. Think about what his fears, motives, interests, or feelings are, and the reasonableness of his statements, and the strength and weaknesses of his recollections. And then here's the kicker. Under Nevada law, if you believe a witness has lied about any material fact in the case, you may disregard the entire testimony of that witness or any portion.
That's in most jurisdictions, including New York. If you believe that what a witness has lied about any material fact in the case, you can disregard their entire testimony.
Not proved by other evidence. The state would submit to you that arguably, Mr. Tellis' testimony, he might have been our best witness. Based on his manner on the stand, based on the things that he said, he spent 2.5 hours on that first day, and almost 80% of it is talking about things he did in the public administrator's office. It's not about the actual murder or what he's doing on that day. He just wanted to regale you with all of his achievements as a public administrator.
Regale is the perfect
word. How he fought
word.
against people standing in his way. And the state would submit to you, as my co-counsel told you in opening statements, that's not what this case is about. It's not about whether he was a good manager or not. It's not about if he had an inappropriate relationship. This is about whether or not he had a motive to kill Jeff Garman, and did he in fact do it? And he did.
They don't have to prove motive, but
think about his difference in how he spoke to you on direct on a narrative versus trying to answer my questions. How many times did I have to repeat, sir, my question is this, bring you back to my question. Sir, I didn't ask you why. I asked you a yes or no. Think about that for a second. And think about this. What are his fears and motivations in this point in time when he sits on that chair and he's talking to you? And we're going to get to something about that I think is very significant. And it's right here. He took the stand and he admitted on cross-examination that he lied during his May 11th, 2022 interview with Jeff Garman. I asked him, what was it the part that you were untruthful about? And he said it was about my relationship with Roberto. And he said, and I said, he said, I didn't think the public should have to know about that. And it was really important to conceal that information from his family. This is really significant because what it tells you is that back in May, when he was facing just an election, he was willing to lie to protect his job and to save his marriage. Now, the stakes are even higher. They're far higher. So you get to evaluate, are the things that Mr. Tellis is now saying, is it possible he could be lying about some of those details? Because this is far greater than that. Think about the difference in his body language, his ease of sharing information when I'd ask versus when he just had free reign to say whatever he wanted. They're like night and day. And the state would submit that the defendant's view of this situation is completely divorced from the evidence in the case. It's like he's talking about a thing it couldn't be farther apart.
He's like, don't talk about divorce. That's going to make me mad. That's going to trigger him. It's going to trigger him because his wife is probably thinking of filing for divorce, but spousal privilege. People were asking, why didn't she testify? Spousal privilege. And also, he was already divorced once, so this will trigger him even more.
It's about these conspiracies, but he's so short on details. Always. Oh, he took a bribe. Did you see someone take it? No, I didn't, but it's just in my gut. I think that happened. That doesn't work. That's not evidence. Something in your gut, or I just feel it, that's not evidence. And when you think about it, it does make sense. Because if Mr. Tellis had to be honest about what the evidence is in this case, it's a very difficult thing for him to explain away. It's his DNA underneath the fingernails. It's his car that's there.
Yep.
It's his Google Maps images in his phone. He's conducting surveillance at Popeyes. He's using his computer to look up information on this guy. He's got these text messages explaining how upset he is about everything involving Gehrman. That's a huge problem. Because really, he's the only person who wants Gehrman dead. He's the only one. And really, this was kind of, in my mind, what jumps out to me. It's like a because I said so. Like when I pressed him on things, like why is this? Why is this? And it was just simply because that's how I feel. That's not evidence.
But his feelings matter,
And again,
Hamner. His feelings matter. Watch closely, you guys, because Tellis is being hammered right now. Don't anybody steal my tagline. I might use it on my thumbnail later.
the defendant is also selective during his testimony about what evidence had been compromised versus properly collected. Great example was the scissors DNA. At the beginning, I'm like, the DNA in the fingernail, you couldn't get an inch out of him agreeing with that. I'm like, you at least agree with me that it's been planted, and you didn't even want to do that. But he had come up with a story about cutting his finger, so he's fine with that DNA being on the scissor. That's a nice contrast. And he picked and chose, and you can check your notes on that. But that to me is really significant because he was fine talking about certain pieces of evidence that he thought was good. Great example, the timeline on direct. He's happy to tell you his narrative on direct because he forgets about the where are you. And then on cross, when I confront him with the where are you, now things are a little bit different. But he had no issue with anything in that timeline at first. And another thing, when the defendant testified, a lot of times he didn't use phraseology like, I didn't do this, or I didn't do that.
Yep.
Or I didn't stab him, or I didn't go to that scene. It was never that.
I can't imagine myself doing
maybe
this.
from times he would say it, you'll check your notes. But the vast majority of the time, Mr. Tellis would say it like this. I'd like to think I wouldn't do something like this.
We pointed this out during.
I'd like to think that I wouldn't do that.
Yep.
I'd like to think I wouldn't take my children's sports balls out of the bag to use for a killing.
Yep.
It's an interesting phraseology.
Right. We talked about this
State
too
would submit-
because lawyers choose words very carefully because words matter and words have meaning. And we talked about that at length. And I'm so glad he's hammering this point home. Tee.
It's a bit of a tell. Because he could have just simply said, I didn't do that. I didn't touch that bag. But that's not how he words his behavior. It's this like Monday morning quarterback. I'd like to think I wouldn't because it's really bad. You can weigh that when you're evaluating how honest and truthful he was when testifying. And again, for all his talk about being conspired against by powerful enemies, it's actually the defendant that uses the power of his office's proprietary software to spy on and discover where Gehrman lives and what type of car he drove. He used the power of the office, Mr. Tellis. And here's another thing. Remember the map that they brought up, kind of trying to show the drive from the PA's office to Popeyes? When you study that, remember it's Analyst Hovanet's testimony. Those reports out of Axiom from the work computer aren't converted for UTC time. So he was trying to use it to say, like, I couldn't have done this at this certain time. It's not UTC converted. Then we get to where are you?
Where are you?
Remember, every single message between the defendant and his wife on 9/22 are on the timeline, with the exception of where are you?
Yeah.
So here are the messages, where are you? Now they're talking about his daughter, collecting or selling things. Wow, that's incredible. There's a doctor's appointment. Are you at the doctor's appointment? No, we're at the barbershop. Oh, okay. Then there's a text about the scheduling of the appointment. And then he also has picture read. All of that's on that Apple Watch. Oh, and also the deposited message. And then when you look, it's all the same stuff with the exception of where are you? That's the one thing that's not there. There's the cards thing. There's that's incredible. At the doctor's appointment, the barbershop. Oh, okay. The appointment last week, picture day, and then the deposited message. It's all there except for where are you? So why is this significant?
Yep.
Number one, the defendant cannot answer this text or pick up her call because the phone is at home while he is murdering Gehrman. Number two, the defendant couldn't leave this message on his phone. Why? Because it would reveal that even his wife is looking for him at the time of the murder.
Yeah.
And third, given
The only thing that would have made that better is if the wife said, "Where are you with my car?"
the state of their relationship at that juncture, given what you've now kind of acknowledged what he was doing privately, if your wife calls and you have your phone on you, you're going to take that call. You're going to answer that text message. You're not going to let that sit for like 5 hours. No way. No way. Some final thoughts. I want you to think about this one. This is something I never actually asked Mr. Tellis on the stand, and I really tried to ask as many of these, but this one really struck me. The Las Vegas Metro, the Metro Police Department, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department was really in on a conspiracy to get the defendant, right, to truly get him. Here's a question for you. Why not let him die in the tub?
Ooh, why not let him die in the tub?
You saw the video. Why not let that man bleed out?
Yeah.
You had your opportunity, and yet they don't take it. Mr. Tellis's life is saved that day.
Because SWAT Daddy was on the scene.
And who ends up saving his life? Why, it's none other than the head conspirator from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Chappie.
It's Detective Derek Chappie. He testified that he spent 2 hours on the phone talking him off this ledge. 2 hours. And then you got to watch the footage. They saved his life. If the conspiracy is really true, Derek Chappie doesn't do that. Metro doesn't do that. They literally let him bleed out. But that didn't happen. And the reason is, ladies and gentlemen, is because there never was a conspiracy. You made a commitment when we did voir dire to follow the law. The law in this case is abundantly clear. These three theories of liability are abundantly clear. He is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt on all three theories, and it's not close. And so we ask you to follow the law and follow the evidence. Do not speculate, but follow the evidence. As my co-counsel brought up, in the end, this is not a case about politics. It's not about alleged inappropriate relationships. It's not about who's a good boss or who's a good supervisor or favoritism at work. It's just about murder. And I want to end, if I could, I want to make sure that this is working, with something that Mr. Tellis said in his interview that really struck me. And I noticed it during the opening statement. And it's this.
And people just cannot get to do whatever they want.
And it's just that people don't get to do whatever they want. For once, the state of Nevada is in agreement with Mr. Tellis.
Wow.
He doesn't get to do whatever he wants.
Mic drop.
He took the life of an individual who was simply doing his job because he didn't like how it impacted him personally. Please hold him accountable for murdering Jeff Gehrman. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay, at this time, the clerk will swear the officers of the court who will take charge of the jury panel.
Bravo, Hamner. Masterful.
You do solemnly
You know what I was wondering about that interview is, first of all, why couldn't he have cleaned up his desk, put a tie on, gotten rid of the little blender bottle, and, looked a little more professional? That was when he invited Gehrman to his office to interview him.
Swear that you will keep this jury together in some private and convenient place, that you will not permit any person to speak to them nor speak to them yourself, unless it be by order of the court, except to ask them whether they have agreed upon a verdict, and that you will return them into court when they have so agreed, so help you God.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be excused. When you go back, you're going to have lunch. After lunch, we are two alternates, Mr. Max Gross and Zachary Crayson. You will go with one of the court officers. At that time, the clerk will bring back all of the evidence and you'll begin to deliberate upon your verdict. So when you're done eating lunch, make sure Officer Hawks knows and the clerk will bring back the evidence. Thank you very much and you're excused.
Thank you all right for that.
Wow. So they're going to eat lunch and they're not going to deliberate until after lunch. And they're not even going to bring the evidence back to them until after lunch. Notice the alternates are both men, which means there are 7 women and 5 men on the final jury. You're right. She did say the names out loud. That was weird. She did. Oh, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to replay that for you, but yeah, that wasn't so cool, right? We were not too behind, just a little teeny weeny bit. Let's see if they do anything else. I don't think so. I think they're on a break. And then I don't even think they're going to come back until there's a verdict, but the verdict clock is up. Well, they had it up, but they can't really start it until after lunch because they're not going to deliberate until after lunch because the alternates are allowed to have lunch with them. So there we go. Thoughts, concerns, comments, my friends. Let's go back to some of the comments from earlier that I highlighted. Welcome, Indie Girl. I thought you already were a member, but welcome to being a member. Nancy wanted to know if he had a time limit. I do not know. They didn't say anything about a time limit, but both were pretty, I thought it could have been a little bit shorter, but like people said, he had a really Hamner at home. Jury form lessons have been learned, said Gringa. Kathy Ashby, we all need to stop being mean. He said he didn't do it. Thank you for your super chat. And thank you, Jenny Grace, for the super sticker coming in with the 10. Cam said, thanks for being a member for 3 months, Cam. I think if he let his attorney do his job, he would have a better chance. The only time you don't question your own client is if you know he's going to lie on the stand. So his duty mandates no questions. That's correct. We haven't seen you during this trial, but it's been quite an interesting one, Cam. I don't know if you were watching it somewhere else, but it's crazy. And that's why I hypothesized that's the reason he let him do the narrative testimony. He said he didn't want to suborn perjury, and that was the only way to do that. Sandy, thanks for the 5. If someone had planted the shoes under his couch as he claimed, why didn't they recover an intact pair from his closet? That's a great point. Thank you, Sandy, for the 5. Everyone, please hit the like button. David Lame Duck with little moccasins and lifts. Yep. Thank you for the deuce. Tanny says, thanks, Tanny, for the 5. I repeat, the acting is so bad. It's like he's thinking how to look incredulous. Furrow exceptionally large brow. Yes. 10, 11, 12. Thanks for the 5. Didn't the woman who testified say the man running through the park was wearing a hoodie pulled tight around his face? Yes. On an orange jacket. Yes. And that was a couple of days before the actual murder, but that is the way she testified. Mama Sheet, thanks for the 5. His face makes me think he is thinking, hope they believe him. Please believe him. Please believe him. Please believe him. I agree. Frankie's mom wants to know how come his wife didn't testify. Spousal privilege. She doesn't have to. Can't be forced to. Only he can waive the privilege. Colleen, thank you for the 5. He stated he heals quickly, at least when he spoke about his finger. That's true. Scratches would have healed quickly in 5 days, especially if he used Neosporin. That's a great point, Colleen. Thanks for the 5. Thanks for the 5. Let me see. Cherry, thank you so much for the Cash App. Thank you, Cherry. Thank you, Sharon, for buying me 3 matcha lattes, who says, thanks for creating such a safe space for us. Well, thank you guys for being here, because that's what makes it so great. And you're hilarious and you're funny and the chat is great. And the mods are amazing. So there's all that. Anne says, buys 3 matcha lattes and says, your commentary is so refreshing. Thanks for covering this trial. Anne Higgins sells Las Vegas homes. And I think that is her YouTube handle as well. So if you need a home in Las Vegas, call Anne Higgins. Anne, I wonder if you know any of the players that were called to testify, any of the real estate people that were called to testify. That's interesting. Maureen Francis, thank you so very much for your Cash App and for thanking me for the coverage. And Katie, thank you so much for the Venmo. Says, I like how he says his name is Tellez and no one, not even his own attorney, has adopted it. That's like saying you can't believe a word he says, not even his own name. That's great, Katie. Thank you so much for the Venmo. Well, here's what we're going to do, my friends. And thank you for Anne McGrath. Thank you for buying 3 matcha lattes. He loves my commentary and humor. You guys are awesome. You guys are freaking awesome. I wonder how long she's going to let them go. Like, how late will she let them testify, deliberate? Is she going to be like the judge in Ashley Benefield's trial and let them go till 11 p.m.? I don't know. So here's what you're going to want to do. You're going to want to hit the bell and you're going to want to hit the subscribe, because I'm going to go over the Karen Reed civil lawsuit tonight, because that is my wheelhouse. But I want to remain available in case they come back with a verdict so that we can go live with this verdict. So I'm going to set a show for tonight to do the Karen Reed civil lawsuit that was filed today by Paul O'Keefe against Karen Reed, the Waterfall, and C.F. McCarthy's, because that's what I do. Civil litigation, such as like suing the Catholic Church on behalf of all of the survivors and victims of clergy sex abuse here on Long Island. That was my most famous case. So you're going to want to be around for that. When it's announced that they have a verdict, I'll go live. We'll cover it. And then that stream will redirect to tonight's stream on Karen Reed. So I'm hoping they're going to come back with a verdict today. What do you think? What say you, my friends? What say you? You think they're going to come back today? I think so. Thanks, Mama She, for the 5. Thanks for another great trial coverage. Love you, Mel. We needed this. Don't go far, my friends. Don't go far, because we are going to come back when the verdict goes live. Yeah, I don't think they're going to take too long. Our poll that we did yesterday said 50% of you said under 2 hours. But remember, they're taking an hour for lunch. And we were a little bit behind. So let's say they went to lunch at 1 p.m. Pacific, which was 4 p.m. Eastern, which means they wouldn't get back until 2, which is 5 Eastern. And then if she lets them go until 5, that's 8 p.m. Eastern. So should be before that, right? It's going to be tomorrow for Indie Girl because she's very far ahead. Notifications on. I know you're going to have to do it, right? Thanks, Little Cupcake. In order to receive notifications whenever I go live, please hit the subscribe button and the bell. And also, you have to make sure notifications are enabled on your phone for YouTube, because otherwise you won't get it on your phone. That's why a lot of people think they're not getting notifications, and that could be why, because you don't have them set to allow notifications. So go into your settings, go into notifications, go into YouTube, and make sure you allow notifications. I think they'll be back today, Jessica, too. That's what I think. 2 to 3 hours at most. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Also, I have, as you know, in the chat, I have posted the link to the Karen Reed Defense Fund. It is her dad's birthday today. Happy 76th to Bill Reed. For anyone, you've all been asking, how can I contribute to the Defense Fund? And that would be a great way to say happy birthday to Mr. Reed, is to send him a cupcake and, donate maybe $7.60 in honor of his 76th birthday. They are the kindest people. I met them when I went to court for the Reed case, and so kind and nice. And they're such a great family. And we love Kelly Reed as well. So happy birthday to Bill Reed. We'll come back later. We'll talk about the civil case, and we're going to come back for the verdict before that. So I don't want to get into a stream on Karen Reed, which I know is going to go long, and then have to cut that for the verdict. We've gone this far with the Telly's trial. We can't miss the verdict now, because I know some people get mad at me. All right, everyone. Thank you, mods. You're amazing. I love you. I love you, my cupcakes, my viewers, replay viewers. Please hit the like button on your way out. So, you guys, it helps the algorithm or something. I don't know. That's what they say. Because the stream is going to get demonetized because of the that picture of the neck cut up. So, also don't forget to get your free 2-week trial of Aura, which is in the description below. They notified me yesterday that my social security number was found on the dark web in that national public data breach. And so was everyone else's in the United States. So 2-week free trial. Sign up below. Peace, everyone. I will see you later. Be cool, be kind, be classy. Stay near your phone or your TV because the verdict, I think, is going to come back pretty quickly, as Larry David would say. Love you guys. See you soon. Peace out.